Mic check 1 2. If you can hear me in the chat, hit me up with the number 1. Do this. Get my mic right. I can get my mic right. There we go. I like that. All right. Okay, let me see if I can turn the mic up. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. How's that sound right there? How we doing? Tomas, back at it again. Shout out. Miss RV in the house. Tomas in the house. Gemini in the house. Happy Life is in the house. Maya is up in the house. I'm about to get this going right now. Ooh. Here we go. Kind of like that groove though. I think we should leave this on for just 45 minutes and chill like this. Feel that 808. Here we go. All right. Let's get this show off the freaking road. Let's get started with this feminism thing. Before we get started, where am I at here? Let's do a little something like this.
I Googled the dictionary definition of a feminist just to make sure I was talking about the right thing. And do you know, sir, what the dictionary definition of a feminist is? I didn't either. Listen to this. Webster's defines a feminist as a human being, not a woman, a human being that believes in equal rights for women. I was shocked that that's what that meant. Because by that definition, I would consider myself a feminist. And I didn't even know that at the time.
Awkward pause. Starts drinking. No questions asked. I'm finished.
Oh, meant to be spit out.
Where's your mouth?
It's milk.
All right. Gemini, what do you think of that first clip? What's good with you?
That's a nod to Siobhan's bassinet and bottles. But that's exactly how they want to be treated.
Basically, you saw how he was buying in and everything in the house. But speak of the here comes Siobhan in the house.
Play it again for Siobhan.
Okay, I'll rewind. To the back. Wait. There we go. Okay, here we go.
Awkward pause. Starts drinking. No questions asked. I'm finished.
Oh, meant to be spit out.
Where's your mouth?
It's milk.
That was crazy.
Hello.
Let me just stop it for a minute to give everybody a shout out. In the house, Maya Lashawn, Flawless, Siobhan, Happy Life, Tomas, Gemini. I know what else. Tiff is up in here. All right. The party's going on right now. All right. Here we go.
Hello, you guys. I decided to tell you about my day as a single, childless woman over the age of 40. So today I slept in until noon because I realized I did not have any breakfast to cook or anyone to get off at school. And so I decided to sleep for at least 2 more hours to make sure that I was well rested to start my day. I started the day with styling my naturally curly hair because I know that our men are offended by hair weaves, and I would never want to offend my future husband by putting a weave in my hair. So I just slicked my natural curly hair back into a bun to start practicing how to be a wife. I typically practice my wife duties with cooking at least 45 minutes a day to make sure that my skills are top-notch to cook for my husband. I also practice cleaning at least 2 hours a day to make sure I do not fall into the stereotype of the Black woman who does not clean her house. So I want to make sure I'm always keeping a clean house for my husband. I also know that they do not like Big Shirley. So today I will only be eating a meal replacement drink so that I do not gain weight today. And I topped it off with exactly 2 cubes of cantaloupe to keep my calories low. And then I immediately headed over to my rebounder to burn off the 250 calories that I had just consumed. I know that for every 1 Black woman in the gym, there's 5 white women in the gym. So I want to make sure I'm also getting a BBL the natural way, because our men do not like fake bodies and fake lashes and fake hair. So I want to make sure that I am staying in tip-top shape the natural way at home. I also would like to keep a flat stomach for my future husband. I know that he's going to be looking at me and judging every single thing I do and wear. And I want to make sure that I am not being negatively judged by the man who loves me. I was going to go run some errands, but then I decided it was too risky to interact with men who weren't my husband and be considered ran through. So what I decided to do for the rest of my day is I just sat on my couch and I decided to practice not being combative, not sticking up for myself, and keeping my mouth closed to keep my man.
Bitter Men Podcast got you brothers out.
That was funny.
The satire was on point.
Yeah, that was a piece of my mind.
Right. Is that not exactly what they sound like when they tell us that's what they want?
Exactly. They didn't want any kind of like, they didn't want any interaction. They just want control.
Right. I mean, the two cubes of cantaloupe really took me out.
Bitter Men Podcast got you brothers out here really tripping, man. Y'all want to keep comparing Black women to women of other races as it pertains to their femininity, but you don't want to compare yourself to their men as it pertains to your masculinity. Those women's men have governments. They have militaries. They have economies where they provide for their people, in particular their women. You want Black women to be so soft for you, but they on the same plantation with you and you ain't providing them with no freedom. All you want to do is vote for a white man to change your life. You want to go get a white man to give you a job. If the white man is providing everything for you, how a woman supposed to have respect for you and your masculinity? You ain't fighting for Black folks' autonomy. You ain't fighting to create your own stuff for Black people, for our women to be comfortable with us. If you are not a part of the liberation struggle, you deserve a hard woman because you a bitch.
All right. He made a lot of sense to me.
Nothing but they relax and lay back in that system of government and try to do nothing to get themselves out, but they want to be top of their government by proximity. Yeah. They want to take advantage of patriarchy and deny feminism and deny equality when they're not even equal in the system themselves, but they want to also call themselves victims at the same time. Make it make sense. Either you're a victim or you're the victor. You can't be both.
Right. Yep. Jenny's in the house. Flawless is in the house. Happy Life is in the house. A Lady is up in the house. Henry Mars is up in the house. Tomas is in the house. Maya's in the house. Jenny B is in the house. We are about to do this. A piece of my mind. She's at it again.
Dear Black men and Black pygmies, please stop saying that feminism and single mothers are destroying the Black community. In fact, I've compiled a list of things that actually are destroying the Black community, and it goes as follows.
In the house, Chief Goddess.
Black men who date outside of their race and brag about it are destroying the Black community. Black men who run from marriage are destroying the Black family structure. Black men who prefer polygamy is destroying the Black community. Men who fuck younger girls, I'm talking about high school girls, and they're over 30. Yeah, those men are destroying the Black
Obsidian, yeah, you promote that, right? Obsidian, you promote that, don't you?
Community. Men who rape their stepdaughters when their mothers give them a place to stay. Men who make multiple babies with multiple women and won't get a vasectomy are destroying a Black family structure. Men who raise their sons to be hoes are destroying a Black family structure. Men who take their 6-year-old sons to Hooters to teach them how to objectify women are tearing down the Black community. Men who physically abuse women, they may be contributing to destroying the Black community. Men who refuse to get a degree, pick up a trade, or start a business are unable to support their families and are thus destroying the Black community.
Yes, very much so. Henry Mars says, and then they grift their own women, which is even worse. So true. Yep, Dennis and Obsidian are blowing up the Black community. We heard Obsidian, we heard what he said. And then Happy Life says, Obsidian is in love with them younger girls. I know that for sure. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they're attracted to being demented. Let's put it that way. In the house, Alexander Brandon. It's good seeing you. Let's keep this rolling. Let's keep it rolling.
Men who refuse to lead and are waiting on to see what women are going to do first to decide on how they're going to react. That's a bitch move right there because you're not in your rightful place of leadership. And then lastly, Nick Cannon and other men like him are destroying the Black community. Now let's look up the actual definition of what feminism is. Feminism is simply the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes. So I really just wanted to put that out there just so you guys can stop sounding like idiots all over the goddamn internet talking about Black women kicked you out the house for food stamps. Because first of all, you don't know how you're embarrassing yourself. Let's just start there. If a woman kicked you out of the house for food stamps, that means that your Black ass was not a provider, because no woman is going to kick somebody who's providing for her out of the house. So you wasn't pulling your weight, boo-boo. So she had every right to kick you out the fucking house if you were just laying up off her, eating up all the kids' fruit snacks and things. So let's just stop this narrative. It didn't happen. Ask your grandmothers what happened back then. Nobody kicked their Black asses out of the house for food stamps, and feminism is not a crime. I love how people demonize feminism, but they don't say anything about misogyny, which is why feminism exists in the first place. So
Boom. The government, the whole thing about feminism and everything, it was a reaction. And it wasn't, they always try to make feminism out to be some type of something like racism. They want to put it on that kind of, remember when that dude was on here trying to say, well, it was kind of an ism,
Right. He said all isms are wrong or something like that.
Yeah. He had on the all isms are wrong theory. I was cracking up. It took me a while to even reply because I was laughing so hard. You guys, dude, excuse me, man, do you know how you sound? you know? So anyway, JP's in the house. JP, it's good seeing you, JP. And Henry Miles kicks it out like this. I'd like to add to her list. Adult men with below 600 credit scores, aka Kevin Samuels and Roger Allen Perry. Dead black men who require GoFundMe's for funerals are destroying the black community as well. Boom. Boom. Agreed. 150%.
Her channel name is A Piece of My Mind.
A Piece of My Mind. Okay, Henry Marsh says, what's her channel? I want to add more to her. A Piece of My Mind. You got to check her out. She's got great content.
Add to the list below.
All right.
And they love to demonize feminism.
Yeah.
Instead of seeing the need for feminism. Because let's be real, a lot of these Neglodites wouldn't even have been raised if it wasn't for feminism. Because again, they're the same ones that tout the single mother rate and the out of wedlock birth rate.
Right.
So if these children were born out of wedlock by two single mothers, how would that family survive if it wasn't for feminism?
Exactly. I mean, basically what it is this. It's like two-thirds of these men, if it isn't 3/4, has made a common practice of biting the hand that feeds them or that fed them. And they are showing a huge lack of empathy and appreciation for what their mothers did for them.
They don't just bite the hand, DJ. They devour the whole person.
Basically. Yeah, straight up. Jenny B says, my grandfather never got kicked out of his house. I think it had something to do with him providing for his family. Yeah, I think so too, Jenny. Paying the bills to keep a roof over his family's head. Yep. That tends to happen when you're a provider, and that a provider, not only a provider, but not only providing necessities, but you're providing positive energy. You're providing support, emotional support in a positive way. You're not abusing anybody like Riri's father did. You're not hurting anybody. You're there. You're there enjoying life. You're not there to control. You are there to manage and keep things cool. That's it. That's basically what I think about.
You know,
all things Nata Jean is in the house.
You know what's funny to me is these men, they are just diabolical, and they want the title of leadership. It's like this need to be called a leader, yet they've never followed anyone to see what leadership looks like. So you can't be a good leader until you're an awesome follower, because you have to sit at the feet of those who are leading in the direction that you want to go yourself. And these are the same men, because let's be real, it wasn't just girls born to single mothers. Boys were born to single mothers too. And a lot of these guys, like Mr. Let Himself Go, was born to a single mother. So whose leadership did he follow? See, these guys have come up with their own idea and theories and ideologies about what leadership looks like. But it's all failed leadership because they refuse to follow in the direction of success.
Exactly. All right, a little time for some bourbon bougie.
I was tagged in this man's video. Actually, I was tagged a couple of times. I'm going to post 2 videos from this creator and then come in on the back end.
Isn't it strange that a woman is rarely a hoe until she tells a man no? Men universally have an ownership mentality towards women. This transcends race, social status, or income. Women are globally seen as something to own or conquer, and her life and body only exist at the behest of men. That's why you wear a ring when you're married, so other men know you belong to a man, like a slave, brand, or product label. No ring, no owner. But the size and value of the ring determine if that woman can be poached by another man with greater wealth and social status. That's why famous musicians always sing about fucking your wife and sending her back home soiled and used up. See, the thing is, in men's eyes, every woman, especially attractive women, should belong to an owner. That's why marriage, motherhood, and patriarchy is forced upon women. And any woman rebelling against the status quo or bear children without an owner is shamed as undesirable and a blight on society. This is why men created so-called whore culture, to force women unwilling to be tied to an owner into industries and lifestyles that degrade and destroy their natural abilities to evolve.
I have to stop it here because it's funny that these same men hump just about everything moving. The more promiscuous I find that my brothers have been, the more they are trying to call out women for being promiscuous.
Projection. It's sheer projection.
Absolutely.
That's all it is. And it's that thing where they can't see outside of themselves to see what's righteous in someone else, because they know that for themselves they're not righteous. A lot of these guys are running from their karma.
True. I'm going to drop the link if that's okay. Get some other vibes and some other opinions from one of the most, I would say, intelligent chats on YouTube. Let's keep it going.
The clothing, the dances, the music, and the visual content are all created, controlled, and financed by men.
Right, exactly. I remember when I heard that idiot, I won't call her an idiot, that's mean. But when Melanie was blaming hip hop culture on women.
That's not mean. She is an idiot.
I mean, it's funny thing is this. That's when you know somebody's just trying too hard. When they start blaming everything they can think of on their target. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. It's sad to see that. It shows you how out of touch really Melanie is when it comes to the black community. I don't care if she was married to a black dude. You saw she dumped him. I mean, he dumped her, and now they're in a nasty divorce. So,
and you know that's what's really hilarious, because they always talk about women leaving men. So she had to be really bad for him to leave her.
Right.
Because contrary to what they say, they love to say that women get tired of men or they upgrade. Most women that are leaving these men are not leaving them to be with another man. They're leaving them to be with themselves and to find their peace.
Right. Exactly. Because he could not provide that.
Well, he wouldn't allow it. He wouldn't allow for peace to be in the home. And so they love to talk about women leaving, but what they never talk about is why these women are leaving. And they love to say that women benefit more than men in marriages, but that is not true amongst the Black demographic. These women are working as well as the men are. These women are not only working outside the home, they're working inside the home. We know that men only do 20% of the work, if they do that. All they think their responsibility is to go to work. I don't care what kind of job they have, because let's be real, these men are not working laborious jobs. These dudes are working in the warehouses or in call centers, just like women they like to talk about, or something, customer service. They're not all doing laborious jobs. So this idea that they're hardworking 12 to 16-hour men are lies. And they come home and all they want to do is sit on the couch and play Xbox and not have the children disturb them, all while she does all the work in the home. And all he has to do is bring home that menial paycheck that she matches with her paycheck, while she's responsible for rearing the kids, helping them with their homework, cooking dinner, cooking lunch, cleaning up after the children, making sure the children are bathed. And on top of that, she has to make sure he's fulfilled sexually and keep herself tip top whilst he does what? Because again, they love to talk about the health of Black women, but they don't talk about the health of Black men. Black men are overweight too. They have some of the highest percentages of being overweight. They have some of the highest percentages of diabetes and hypertension. So this trope that they like to talk about, we just want to see our women healthy. What about you want to see your brother healthy? Because they're not getting on each other for those types of things.
Exactly.
Chief Goddess says, older Black women know what really went down. Why do they remain silent? Why do they sit back and continue to allow their sons to lie? Why are Black men mad at modern Black women? We are their peers, not their mothers. Because modern Black women are outdoing modern Black men. Because that's not sugar-coated. These men are modern men. Any man that wants to sit back and be treated like a woman, given a bottle and changed every day, is essentially behaving like a woman. And they want to be treated like women. They want to be chased like women. They want to be taken to dinner like women. They want to be treated like queens, all while saying they're the leaders and they're the kings.
Welcome to the stage, Happy Life. How you doing tonight?
What up? What up? Hey, baby Gemini. I subscribe to your channel.
All right. So Happy Life. What's going on with you tonight? What are your thoughts so far?
Man, just pearly things. I think the women has caught up to her game, and I heard that they're attacking her, and that pearly things is hiring security to protect her and stuff. It's crazy out there.
You mean like physical security? For real? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta my best friend Mike TV been on her case, so yeah.
Yeah. Mike, he gets around. That's for sure.
Yeah, man, you should have seen him with that Melanie King stream, man. He was all over Melanie King's ass. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's he was. That's for sure. Siobhan, welcome to the stage.
Hi, everybody.
Siobhan.
Hi.
That's good.
What's on your mind tonight, Siobhan? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that the brother hit it on the head, the nail on the head, because we all know that's the truth, that nothing matters with these guys. When it's a preference, it doesn't matter. When they're laying up with the woman, it doesn't matter. And, we talked about this on the Body Count show where, how are these women able to hit a certain number of partners, if the men aren't contributing to them becoming, 304s or whatever they want to call them, or being for the streets or whatever. So you yourself already have to be for the streets, for her to be for the streets, because you was in the streets when you scraped her up. So it's just like, just the hypocrisy. I'm glad he's speaking to it, because we've seen it. I mean, it starts in school, in school age years. When you see the guy trying to roast on the girl, and 9 times out of 10 is because he likes her and she shot him down, and then he'll go around and tell everybody he laid up with her. He'll create lies, all of that. And that's where it comes from. And they take it into their adulthood and they perpetuate the same standards there.
And they're also doing videos. These high school boys are also doing videos degrading black girls. This stuff is spilling
Right.
over into every aspect of the black demographic.
Yeah, it is. And it's because, we're so quick to, it goes back to those baby bottles and pacifiers. And where we went wrong is when the elders used to tell us, oh, well, if he hits you, he likes you. You know what I mean? Like, we started to take abuse and we became abuse sympathizers by saying that it was okay for a boy or a girl to hit on each other because they liked each other instead of addressing that was a problem, and then get surprised 20 years later when the person is caught up in a DV situation.
All right, a couple shout outs. Black Woman Rise in the house. A Lady in the house. Prism in the house. King Lucifer is in the house. We appreciate you being here. Gemini, can you read Henry's message?
Some of the older black women still believe in this black community concept, but there is no community, has no future unless the men step up their game, but it appears they don't have the capacity.
Boom.
And it's always them white girls that's gonna want your money, fellas. So you gotta watch out for them.
That's the funny thing. Good point, Happy Life. It's so weird to hear these black men talk about how black women are gold diggers and want their money, but every time you turn the channel, it's somebody of a different, skin color, a spouse of a different skin color, raking in that dough.
But it's acceptable.
Think about it.
It's acceptable for them, DJ, because they believe that they're entitled to it, that they deserve it. But black women are undeserving of the same thing.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the black woman is just is always the default setting. She just has to sit there and just be there for after he takes the money and spends it on those other women. Then he can come back and rest to her, and she'll have a plate ready and a warm bed for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it all, servants.
Right? You see it all the time, especially in Hollywood and these athletes. They're with white women. And then when they get taken for everything, they go back to get built up by a black woman, an ignorant black woman who's willing to just take anything once they've lost everything for her to build him back up, for him only to do it again.
Right. And that's because they're able to appeal to something that these other women aren't accustomed to, and that's they don't have to wear the badge of blackness. So that's why when they date out and they deal with these other women, it's on a limited time only special, because a woman who can't relate to blackness doesn't want to sit around and talk about things that she doesn't even know anything about because it wasn't taught to her. She didn't have to experience it. She didn't have to see her father or her brothers go through it. So she's completely detached from this alleged plight that she's never seen exist.
Exactly. That's another thing. They always want to talk about how much better these women are and how they're so at peace and how they can bring them peace. They can bring them peace because that's what their men have allowed for them to have. They've made room and space for them to have that security. What space and room have black women been given to be able to have that same rest and that same peace when they walk out into society?
Right. But you know what? And I would have to argue that that's not peace, because we already know that they don't even understand half the things that they're saying, because you can ask them simple definitions and they can't even define them. What they're talking about is take out the word peace and put escape in it.
Right. Right.
Yo, did y'all see that video? There's this YouTuber black lady named T Salt, and she did a video of a high school guy trying to get the attention of white girls in high school. Like,
I saw that one where and the high school girls were like calling him the N-word and cussing them out.
Yep.
Yep. And he steadily just kept showing the camera like he was like they were saying something good. That was funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
I would be with a sister no matter what, though.
I hear you.
single branch of so-called whore culture that is controlled by women. And men pay top dollar to any woman willing to partake in this male-driven and controlled industry. The more overtly sexual the woman is, the more money she makes. This influences other women without owners that have been shunned in society to join the ranks to gain access to the money and attention they've been deceived into believing they need to have value. Even
Jenny B says, Ebony should date down, but those are the same males that won't approach another group of women unless they have money. They don't seem to have the same problem with their standards and that they don't want them. I'm not sure if I read that right.
Yeah, without money. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So what?
Yeah,
In other words,
right.
in other words, what she's saying is they don't have a problem with other women's standards. It's only Black women that they have a problem with our standards. They're willing to get themselves up so that they can be with those women. But with Black women, they don't feel the need to rise to the occasion.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Right.
essentially what she's saying.
In the house, Madison Goldman, Miss RV is in the house. Jenny B is in the house. Black Women Rise is in the house. Maya LaShawn is in the house. Tomas is in the house.
owners that have been shunned in society to join the ranks to gain access to the money and attention they've been deceived into believing they need to have value. Even the very shoes women wear are created to enhance the sexual image of a woman. Although most shoes worn by women, like high heels, are a detriment to their health. Their undergarments, like bras, were designed with sexual enhancement in mind and not their health and well-being. Even the medical procedures women go through to enhance their bodies, they're not designed to make them stronger, correct back or organ problems, or awaken their reproductive organs. No, they are only reserved for the visual pleasure of men. The problem has never been so-called whore culture because, listen, let's face it, it is the oldest profession in the world. So if they didn't stop it during the time the divine was burning entire cities and knocking biblical fornicators' heads between the tablets and the unleavened bread oven, we can be confident that women being a part of so-called whore culture isn't a problem for men. Nah. The problem men are having in this modern era is for the first time in human history, women finally have the freedom to say no, profit from their own sexuality, and prevent men from gaining access to them. It was never about being overtly sexualized, weaves, lashes, makeup, nails, twerking, or body count. Let me tell you something. Truth be told, men have proven throughout history we love that shit immensely. It is the chef's kiss. It's always been about access to the lack. It's always been about access or the lack thereof. And now that access have been denied, now it's time to clean this shit up. Nah, y'all wildin'. Fuck out of here.
All right.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. This is one of the many reasons why single women and child-free women are shamed, because in this patriarchal social construct, you are supposed to be aligned with an owner. You're supposed to belong to someone. Someone is supposed to have a ring on you. Put a ring on it so that the world knows that you are the property of a male, of a man. And when you're walking around without your freedom papers or your ownership papers, your branding, you're shamed, because how dare you?
Pause it.
How dare you be
Absolutely
controlling
And you notice the language he's using. Your freedom papers, your ownership papers.
Right. Right.
Go ahead, DJ.
The trajectory of your life. How dare you, as a woman, make your own choices and have the freedom to move to and fro without having to answer to an owner? How dare you? Because why would anyone feel offended or feel like there's something wrong with you because you're single without children? What does you being single and having children have to do with the other millions of men that have no interest in you? What is the point? Why are you being single and child free such a sore spot for them? And it's because in their eyes, you should be owned by someone. Someone needs to have you locked down to make sure that you women don't run amok and don't get yourselves caught up into all of the different fibers of society and start to run things, start to control things, start to display that you are actually more capable than most men of your peer. Yes, absolutely. This is why you're shamed, because they feel like marriage is the end all and be all. It's not. Marriage is just the beginning, to be honest with you. It's maintaining a marriage is where.
And this is where we talk about the dangling carrot of marriage. Because again, if marriage was the end all to be all, if these men truly wanted to be married, the marriage rate wouldn't be so low. If these men were viable in society, as viable as they say they are, why aren't they married to other demographics of women? If they truly are seeking to be married, be coupled, be fruitful, and multiply, and all these things that they like to say, because they love to rub that other women are more feminine than us. Other women are more in shape than we are. So why is the marriage rate for Black men still so low?
Because that's not even a real argument. And what he's saying is he's actually proving that point, because outside of the child, then they have to say that something's wrong with you because you're unmarried and don't have children. So it's a double-edged sword to the shaming. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because they have to have the body count on you. So when you have the child and you have the marriage, then there's a body count there. But when you're free, it's like, oh, now you're in limbo. So now they have to start projecting other forms of insecurities onto you, such as something must be wrong with you. So, that's why I said you can't win for losing, because it's never really about you winning, because they're really not even trying to have committed relationships anyway. They just want to play the field. And that's the purpose of them not getting married, so that they can always keep their so-called options open. Meanwhile, they continue the cycle of what they complain about.
Mm-hmm.
No, you made a great point as far as, and I do believe that it's wrong to weaponize a woman's body count against her. Let me just say that is immoral. My question is, if a man doesn't want a woman with a high body count, well, I'll rephrase it. I'll make it a definitive statement. The man has the right to deny a woman based on her body count, but he does not have the right to weaponize it against her. I'll put it that way. We all have the right to have standards.
True. I agree.
Yeah, I agree too, but a lot of the standard is hypocrisy as it pertains to Black men. So you can have the standard. Yeah, you can have the standard, but you're a hypocrite if you're doing the same things that you don't want her to do. But it is what it is. And she has every right to deny you because you have a high body count.
Exactly. I agree.
Exactly.
I wanted to read Chief Goddess's comment. She says, modern Black women are the only ones who truly desire freedom. Black men don't desire freedom for their people. They are demanding their turn to be the masters.
Absolutely.
So do you think if men had other women, they wouldn't have that problem?
No, some wouldn't, but overall, one thing that they're all under one accord with, is the fact that they have to keep the control in rotation. So it would seem so easy as if every man had his own family. I mean, that's an idealistic world. But the idea is that these guys still have daughters, they still have sisters, and they still have a mindset that feels like they need to have the authority over womanhood in general. So this goes back to the patriarchal system, and in regards to how men feel like they can control women's sexual autonomy. So this is just much deeper than some guy getting married and supposedly minding his business with his own family.
Mm.
And then a lot of it does go back to jealousy as well, because a lot of these guys wish that they could be women and sit by the pool and be able to take pictures and post them and get all these likes and get all these offers. You know, they wish they could, but they don't have it like that. You know what I mean? They don't. They have it
They
hard.
do want to be women, though.
Well, yeah, they want to have the benefits. Some want to be women, yes, but they want to have the benefits. As a collective, they want to have the benefits. And that's why if they can't have it, then what they do is have the authority by shaming you into certain corner pockets of thought. That way they can try to have mind control over you and, you know, and control you by default, you know. So it's going to come on the front end or the back end of these arguments. That's why I said you can't win for losing, because these guys would have to have a real actual mindset and certain set standards. What they're calling as standards is not even really standards, because we see the hypocrisy in these talking points. So we know that there's no sound definitive terms. They just want control.
Exactly. Thomas says, Jenny B, most of the Black manosphere guys are Hebrew Israelites, which is just as degenerate as the manosphere. Jenny B says they also don't like when their wives are around other single women. She might get a taste of the good life and file for divorce.
Well, yeah, that's the reason why it was practically forbidden. Remember, in social settings, especially during the nuclear family and prior to, yes, you couldn't have a single friend. If you wanted to have a single friend, then the idea was that you and your husband were teaming up together, trying to find somebody in the neighborhood or maybe some guy he worked with that she could start to go out with. So that way they could get married and then she could be incorporated into the friendship circle. But yeah, that was very unheard of. Married women hung around other married women. It was like that. That was the standard.
Mm-hmm.
And just pearly things ain't helping you guys either.
All right, a little comic relief brought to you by A Lady.
Y'all, I've had a series of fucking panic attacks at fucking work today. Like, we are not supposed to live like this, y'all. Like, I'm on lunch and I don't want to go fucking back in, y'all. We shouldn't have to struggle so fucking hard and then struggle to operate, struggle to function as a person trying to make it. Like, what the fuck, y'all? And I don't have a solution. Like, I don't know, y'all. This ain't fucking it, y'all. This ain't fucking it. I did not picture life being this fucking bullshit, y'all. Y'all, I've had a series of fucking panic attacks at fucking work today. Like,
You're replaying it, DJ.
Like this, y'all. Like, I'm on lunch and I don't want to go fucking back in, y'all. We shouldn't have to.
This is the type of man that would say he wants a woman to follow his lead. So we're gonna both sit in the car and cry. Hell no, he's gonna expect me to tough it out at work and do what I need to do to make sure that, you know, I bring home a paycheck. But they're in society crumbling like little girls. But we're the masculine ones because we're toughing it out and doing what the hell we have to do. A lot of women working 2 and 3 jobs with children and going to school at the same time. But these weak dudes are in the car crying about being an adult.
Yeah, you're right. And please let me say this, just to be brief. A lot of our brothers really are dealing with anxiety and times like that, in times of weakness. Even me, pray to God to give you strength, man. Really, don't make a video of yourself showing your weakness for the world.
That part, because he could have done all that by himself without putting himself on blast, making himself look weak. I mean, I get it. Stuff gets hard. Times get hard. But most people don't blast themselves out. Even women don't sit there and blast themselves out. A lot of women, some women do. But for the most part, women who are about it, just, you know, they get in their closet and cry, or they get in their car and cry by themselves, turn on the music, holler, scream, yell, wipe the tears off and go back and do what they need to do.
Mm-hmm. The work starts. But that's another topic. Peace.
He smashed those videos. Hot like fire. smashed. No other words need to be said, but I will say some things. So we have been talking on my page about how women's unpaid labor is what builds up whole communities, whole societies. And it happens because women have historically been the property of men in some form or fashion. And men created laws to where women had no choices but to be the property of men. And that is the reason why men are flailing right now. They don't have that built-in resource. Now, when he's talking about sex, that was built in. It was part of the equation. Women were there for the pleasure of men, our bodies, and to serve. So now that women actually own our own bodies, men do not know how to adjust and to just be normal and decent human beings that attract women. Now, men still get mad at someone like me, even though I am married. I am a fully functional human, and I see myself as an individual, despite the fact that I am in a relationship, and the fact that I am perfectly okay. Actually, I support women who decide to be single. I support women who decide to forego motherhood. I support women having choices. I support women who decide to get married. And so that makes me a problem because I don't just go along with the status quo of you get married, you have babies, you live happily ever after, you're attached to a man. I am attached to a man. I am married, but I'm still an individual with my own individual thoughts. Now, the reason why these dudes are just heated about women who have been single mothers, getting some shine later, regrouping, they are not mad at those women per se. They just don't want other women to get some ideas. They don't want women to see single and happy women and get some ideas like, I don't have to just get married to be happy. They don't want to see child-free women just living it up and going on vacations when they want to. They don't want that. So the fact that so many of us are promoting choices, that becomes a problem because the fairy tale is getting burst. It's like the blindfold is coming off. Women are not just going.
All right, I'd like to kick out some shout outs in the house. Claudette Jonay is in the house. Madison Goldman is in the house. Miss RV is in the house. Individual Thoughts is in the house. Jenny B is just cooking in the house. We have Gemini in the house. We have Jenny in the house. We have Henry in the house. Flawless in the house. A Lady, thank you so much for that video. That was hella funny and deep. At the same time, we have Chief Goddess in the house. Tomas is in the house. Thoughts, everybody? Oh, almost missed. King Lucifer is in the house as well.
One of Jenny's comments was they'll probably use the therapist they dragged as a reason why they can't get therapy.
That's right.
What? Right. Yeah. And let me go back to him too, because it's beyond, it's more to it than that. I mean, you could look at the brother and tell in that video that clearly he's overweight. And what it is he's feeling stagnant because he's probably doing the same thing every day. And that's why you have to switch up your routine. But if he had hobbies and other things going on, then it would help to loosen up his mental mind, constraints. And see, that's what men need to understand, that the same thing happens to women as well, especially these moms when they get caught up in these roles. And then you have the guy who, the husband who will say things like, oh, she don't act the way that she did when before the kids came. Well, guess what? She's a mom now. It's kids running around. She's in a routine. So it's like people get stuck. They get stagnated. And it sounds like the brother is stuck and stagnated because these guys don't really promote having hobbies, doing things. You used to, you used to go fishing, used to go hunting. I mean, there were things that men engaged in, and now that isn't promoted because everything falls back on women now. That's their favorite pastime. Now they've taken it to, instead of going out dating or doing activities, now they're just talking trash about women. While sitting up, still eating processed food, still laying back, not doing nothing, still not going to go get an extra shift or go get another job and get busy. That's the idea. These men need to keep busy. Look at this brother. I could tell he's overweight. Look at the car, look a little messy. Like if he, guys used to get into model cars. I mean, it was all kind of stuff you could do. And now with the inception of the internet, it's made them more lazy. It's like you still got to get out. Like I always saying, hit the pavement and show up in your own life. He's looking and waiting for someone to give him a life that they ain't going to give him. Ain't nobody come knock on your door and give you nothing.
Facts.
Well said. I do have a point to make real quick. This is a funny thing. If you're Ebony K. Williams, Ebony K. Williams, the lawyer, what's her name?
Yes, that's right. Ebony K.
Okay.
Williams.
What value would a bus driver type of guy like this have to her? They never ask themselves this, is what can this guy do for her? You can see he's in mental anguish and he needs far more than what Ebony could provide for him as far as mental support. He needs to go to a therapist.
And you know what's funny, DJ? He probably lives at home with his mom.
Right.
He probably does. And they still want access to an attractive millionaire lawyer. Because remember now, that's what the outrage was about. That's what it was about. It was about average guys not having access to female millionaires. Even though if you carefully look on the black male millionaire side, they don't date bus driver types either. In fact, as hard as very few, most of them don't even date black women. So that's the funny part. And the reason I had to have that the video yesterday about the hypocrisy and the double standard. It's like, these guys aren't even thinking. It's like, wait, you're having a mental breakdown in a car. What can you do for a hardworking lawyer, hardworking millionaire, hardworking doctor, hardworking woman, a nurse who's making 7 figures, right? What can you have no value. I mean, and that's the problem that a lot of men that we have is that, believe it or not, Kevin Samuels was all about saying, oh yeah, women overvalue themselves. Well, look at us guys. We're thinking we can get millionaires, and when we are mental messes ourselves, when we have things we need to fix ourselves. That's the funny part.
The best tip that I can give guys, if you cannot get women, just focus on your career.
Yeah.
Well, that's the idea anyway.
Right. You got to focus on self-development.
And if you can't focus on your career, at least focus on your mental being. Fix that.
They should be focusing on their career and upper mobility anyway. And a lot of these guys are not focusing on not focusing on their careers. What they're doing is they're focusing so much on women that they can't get into a steady career. They can't focus on upper mobility because they're too busy objectifying women, crying in the car, saying they can't get women, being on the internet angry all the time. These men are not seeking upper mobility and to improve themselves so that they can be viable husbands to someone. They want to be viable men so that they can run through more women.
Right.
That's a great point. Very good point. Very good point.
And it just makes them lazy because, see, here's the thing. This society, the way that the society was set up really has been a hindrance to men because they've been over rewarded with sexual prospects, because even with porn, with magazines, went to videos. Now it's just instant gratification. And now it allows them to sit back and daydream too much, and to conceptualize and to idealize and to romanticize things to the point where it's all about pleasure. And that's why with the whole Ebony K. Williams situation, what it taught us is that no, these guys aren't thinking. They're conceptualizing, they're idealizing, because they're not thinking about sitting at the table when she gets off of work and having a philosophical conversation. They are only thinking about the monetary gain from her checks, and they're only thinking about how the woman looks with them. And it's all vanity, like I always say. It's just vanity. It's vanity on steroids, because they're not thinking about in terms of the everyday in between. And that's why they can't have functioning relationships, because when it's actually time to get into some things and take care of business, they clock out, because that's not a part of the fantasy. When we're all thinking about, when we're all fantasizing and thinking about luxury and having a good moment, it only happens in the mind for so long. It's so many minutes, so many seconds, and then boom, back to reality. Right. So that's not how real life operates.
And reality just slapped this dude in the face so hard he's crying in the car.
Right.
Henry Morris says, let's say Ebony married this dude and quits her job. Where will they live? She needs to move to the hood now. So they're going to use up all her money for her to enjoy. That's the thing. See, this is what these guys don't conceptualize. If a woman is already taking care of herself and she's making a good life for herself, and she gets with a man that's not making as much money as she is, she's taking on a burden, because his check is not providing the lifestyle that she already has. His check is providing for the lifestyle he has. And in many cases, it's not even providing that, depending upon his debt. So I welcome you into my home, or we get a home together, then you think that it's more, but it's actually less. Because if I'm living comfortably and you're struggling, guess what? We're going to struggle together, because I'm living comfortably and you're not at a lower level. So it doesn't benefit a woman who makes more money, especially a significant amount of money, to couple herself with a man that's not doing that.
Yeah, because as the anger builds up, he's going to get more lazier and more angrier. And that's a deadly combination.
So you think men and women should make the same amount of money, period? So that way they won't have to.
There's no such thing as an even spiel. And that's another unrealistic term that's going around in this space. We have to kind of, once people's mindsets are in the right place, other things will flow. So Ebony has her mindset. She never even gave us a number. Ayala's the one that brought up that bus driver stuff anyway. But just in terms of real life, we already discussed what is the likelihood of them meeting. And as I was pondering upon it, the only way I could see her meeting this bus driver guy is at some type of family function or some friend's barbecue, because that would be like the only way. They're not socializing or having the same type of social group, so it would have to be through somebody. But it would take a certain type of mindset, and we have to focus on where we are now collectively. And we already know that the majority of these type of men are not even in a mental situation, because it would take a guy with a certain type of grind. And that's why she asked, does he own the bus? Because there's a mindset that's attached to that. Maybe the guy did go through some hard times. He might have went through a divorce. It could have been whatever when you get, to a certain age in life. But if he had fallen down and he was on his way of getting up, then it would be a difference, because guess what? If you've really touched some real money before, it's easier to get back in the game, because you've already shaken hands with people. It's going to be hard to become a millionaire the first time. It'll be a little bit easier the second, because you've already been around it. You've already been in the life, and you can make phone calls. Life is about networking. It's not just about net worth. And that's the portion of it that Black men can't get past. And that's why they can't even get a seat at the table, because you have to be able to take your hands and grab somebody else. They grab somebody else, and we form a circle. No one man is his own island. These guys want to be the Don Dada. They want to be the head honcho, the only one standing. And that's not how conglomerates and business works.
At all.
Facts.
Well said. Shout out to some people in the chat. Casey Cooper says, welcome, Casey Cooper, number one. I'll let Gemini read your message. I'm going to go and welcome Quita as well. Chief Goddess is in the house. Claudette is in the house. Madison is in the house. May, welcome, May. It's good to see you in the house. Tomas is in the house. KC Cooper, you're in all things Nata Jean. I'm going to let Gemini take it from here.
Okay, I'm gonna read May's comment first. It says, I said before, and she's saying the same thing that Siobhan just said. I said before, social class is real. For some reason, the Black community acts like we are a utopia of equals. We are not. K. Cooper says, I didn't like Ebony throwing Black men under the bus, especially her being engaged to a white man for 4 years. I don't see that she threw Black men under the bus, especially since she didn't even make a claim of who she was specifically speaking about. In fact, she said she's dated every race of man. So she wasn't speaking specifically to a race of people when Anyala asked her that question. So I don't.
No, she was no. You didn't hear. You didn't hear the Breakfast Club. On the Breakfast Club, she said on the Breakfast Club. She said Black men on Breakfast Club.
Don't play with me. I'm speaking.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Breakfast Club. We have to stick to the first interview, and that's the one that went viral between her and Ayana, because that's the foundation of the argument. We can't attach and put legs on it. That's a separate argument. So no, she never said Black. See, this story right here, here's another lesson. Let's throw this out here. This is a good lesson for us to learn too, about how we are so bound to this community that just because a Black woman is speaking in general, because she never said the word Black, that it is automatically assumed that she's talking about her own kind. So here she is tethered to millions of other people that she doesn't even know. And she's tethered to them just because she's Black, when she herself didn't even use the term Black.
All right. Let's go ahead and give Flit a minute to state his opinion, and then Gemini, you can take it from there.
Thank you, DJ George, for having me on.
Thank Gemini too.
Gemini, thank you. She booted me out when she went, but anyway, thanks for
That
having
was
me on.
actually me that time.
I mean, it's
okay. Did you hear him, Flit? I didn't kick you out, so be careful with your words.
Okay. All your points that you can make. I don't like to do reaction videos because that's not my thing. But man, I could destroy all your talking points because you're very biased toward.
Okay. Anyway,
it's like, Flip, why you can't come up here and just state your claim? Instead, y'all gotta come and be sassy and try to think that you're gonna backhanded check somebody. That's not what this platform is about. Just come here and say, like, if you're gonna debunk something, then we would love to hear your perspective. And if it's profound, then we will all be able to say something. Yeah, like, come on. You gotta stop that. Grown man.
I'm gonna kick out a few more shout outs. May in the house, Camo in the house, Marvel is in the house, Flawless is in the house, Jenny B, Chief Goddess, KC Cooper, thank you all for coming through. Let's keep it going. Let me go over here.
Wait, what she was saying was, so we can move forward with the conversation, but we're not going to do this talking about destroying people. If you have something to state about what Ebony said, which is why you said you wanted to speak, Flit, then say what you have to state about Ebony. Don't address anybody here as it pertains to you destroying or making videos or whatever.
Okay. It's hard to say something because whenever I have opposing view, you're disagreeing.
No, your opposing view is what you have to say about the subject matter, not what you have to say about us. See, this is the thing. Black men, a lot of Black men don't understand professionalism. They don't understand what debate is. They don't understand how to have a back and forth conversation without trying to attack people. Attack what you thought was wrong with what Ebony said.
She said a lot of things. She said a lot of things wrong, and it's what she said, and also your commentary that you have backing her up is also wrong as well, in my opinion. And one thing is, as far as Black, nobody is interested in a and I don't want to play ageism, but a lot of dudes is in this space is not looking for a 41-year-old woman. even though she might be attractive. And I know you did mention, one of you did mention that it's we call it superficial, but men are superficial. We see looks.
Okay, so let me ask
Wait,
you:
Flip.
if they're
So
not interested,
that's
why
how
are
men are
they?
made.
If they're not interested, why are they so triggered?
Because that's a lot of the rhetoric that we used to hearing about
No,
women. They always
sir,
want to look at men's bank account.
no, sir. If they're not interested in
No, sir.
Ebony, why are they triggered? Because this was about Ebony. She made
I'm
the
telling you why
comment
they
for
triggered.
herself. No, sir.
I'll tell you why they triggered.
Listen, Flit, listen. She made the comment about herself. She wasn't speaking for other women. She was speaking solely for herself. So
yes, but a lot of women have that same.
Flit, I'm trying to be nice. If she was speaking for herself, why is it that all of these men were triggered by her statement about herself? She didn't say Black women in general. She didn't say I'm speaking for Black women. She said she was speaking for herself. So if she's speaking for herself, why are all of these Black men making this an issue if they're not interested?
Okay, please don't let me finish my thought, please. You're taking one part of the question that she was hit with out of nowhere by that lady Van Zant, whatever her name is, right? About what she get with a bus driver, but she got a lot of heat, so she went on the Breakfast Club the next day, and you have to also add the Breakfast Club interview as well, because that is part of her thoughts, and that's something you could quote as reference as well.
Can I ask you about the Breakfast Club real quick?
Or you can use that as well as
real quick.
Use black men.
Flit, since you brought up the Breakfast Club,
yes.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but you can restart. So, is it true that a couple of the members of the Breakfast Club, the main guys, cheated on women?
Yeah, I believe so.
So, why are you? They're biased because they're willing to disrespect women to cheat on them. So,
I'm not. But this is not about the Breakfast Club. See, if I were to talk about a subject that's not about the topic, it's not about the Breakfast Club. They should be an interview. We talk about Ebony Williams, right? So let's stick to Ebony Williams.
So, are you going to tell us about what she said at the Breakfast Club, or are you going to say what the Breakfast Club said to her?
She said Black men on Breakfast Club. You're saying that she didn't mention Black men. Yes, in the Van Sant, she didn't mention Black men, but in Breakfast Club, she mentioned there's a wrong with Black men. There's a wrong with Black people that they need to excel. They need to do better, and why she be better than an average bus driver job.
And I apologize for cutting you off.
Excellent.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me interject for just 1 second. That's an excellent statement. So I'm going to ask you this.
Okay.
Do you believe Black men, do we need to excel? Do we need to do better?
I'm going for a school bus driver job, right? And I'm happy with that salary. Now, if a woman asks me what kind of job you have, and I say I'm a school bus driver,
was that excelling, and are you doing better?
Rich man.
Would that when you go for the bus driver job, right? Would that would you be excelling more and doing better than what you're doing right now?
Yes.
Okay.
In more ways than one, because the bus driver job is not just the salary, which is all right. But
okay, so you would hear dog hollering then, because you're trying to get the school bus job. You know what I mean?
Not really. Not really. Not really. It seemed like it, but
but it is though. It is
I
because
spoke about school bus driver before. Just school. Not really. I don't care about everything. No, I already care.
You've been trying to get the school bus driver job for like 6 months.
Because it's like I'm like the parallel parking is I have to break that. Now I'm gonna definitely pass the test.
Okay, Flip, do you believe you're up to the level of a multimillionaire lawyer? Do you believe you're at that level to have take care of a woman like that?
Also, I'm a writer as well. If you go on my YouTube channel,
I understand that, but I just asked you.
Boy, if you keep talking about that special ed book you've been writing for 20 years, and you haven't, it hadn't manifested 2 pages yet. Please stop talking about that. Talk about things that you actually have this tangible.
Well, he asked me a question. Yes,
Sir, have you made any money from that book? Has it gone to an editor?
It's a work in progress. It's not a book. It's a
gone to an
screenplay.
editor, so you
Okay.
have to make money
Screenplay.
off of it. So it's of no consequence, Flit.
See, you over here dreaming, Fled. This is the problem. This is stuff that we talking about. This is you.
It's
You
not
just
dreaming.
like
It's
old
not
boy in the
dreaming.
car crying. You are. You just like old boy in the car crying. Y'all playing dress up and you playing imaginary friend and all of that. This is real life. So
No, but
you are
Flint,
not
we need
on
that though.
par.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, execute that. Really. I mean,
Well,
I'm not even hating on what you're saying,
that's
but
the
you
whole
gotta
thing.
get it
You don't
done.
talk about it. You be about it, and
Okay,
that's the
Yeah, you
thing.
gotta get it done.
Okay, you're right. The brother that just made a comment, yeah, I gotta be about it. Stop talking about it. Yes, I haven't made any money. She's a professional lawyer that became a lawyer and making money from it, or have a past of making money.
No,
So
she's
I
a
haven't- I
professional.
haven't
She's a
told any-
professional.
I haven't told my story
He's
yet.
a
No.
professional. It has nothing to do.
Yes,
See,
I understand.
look, you just
I
look.
understand.
Listen, he just said it. I hope everybody heard. It keeps going back to money. This has nothing to do with nothing else. This has everything to do with money. And this shows y'all vanity and y'all jealousy. It's not about the bus driver. Y'all pressed by this woman being successful. She's a successful, educated woman first. How much she's getting paid is neither here nor there. But that is the target problem that y'all have a problem with. And that's why the comeback is don't nobody want her, she 40. Then what we arguing about? What's the argument for? Because y'all sitting up here sticking y'all hand in the cookie jar, which is her money.
That part, and that's the very question I asked. These ninjas are triggered, and they're saying they don't want her. You can't not want her at the same time and be triggered. Like, make it make sense.
No, they want her. That's why they brought up her having a
No,
white
no, it's not
ex.
her. That she speak for most of. She speak for.
She don't speak for anybody but herself.
She spoke for herself. She didn't bring up anything about her friends or nothing like that. She didn't make it about anybody but herself. Y'all the one that took it and then start calling up every bus driver y'all knew so everybody could cry in unison in order to attract attention to try to shut her down because of how she feels about how she wants to live her life. She has to think about herself and make her choices. And this is the problem where y'all think y'all gonna monopolize all women and sector us out and segregate everybody off of color and hair texture and all of that, and then keep gaslighting each sector, so that way when you don't feel like playing no more, you could go to the across the street and go play with the white women, go around the corner, go play with the Hispanic women, come back 2 blocks down, come play with black women. No, ain't nobody doing that. And that's why you're getting caught up for it now, and that's why you leaking tears all on the internet, getting ready to electrocute everybody, crying about your problems.
Well, this is why I want to say with that point you just mentioned. You said cross the street. No, men are getting their passports and leaving the country, period, and they have better options overseas. So we're not just looking at locally.
The travel distance is neither here nor there. It has nothing to do with it because guess what? The woman overseas is the woman down the street. Because at the end of the day, in this economy that we in, I guarantee you that women worldwide want what? Stability and security.
Let's be
not at the budget of being a rich man, though.
These dudes talking about passports, they're not going anywhere. It would be different if they was like leaving, like gone forever. Goodbye, sayonara, arrivederci.
But that's my point, though. Please let me say
Flip,
this.
get your passport, Flip.
You kind of proved our point right there with that statement. Just as us as men, we have a right to have our own standards. You gotta accept that women have a right to have their own standards, really. And I live outside of the U.S. So
Afro, it had nothing to do with a standard. This dude is just talking about going abroad and screwing women. These men are not talking about marrying women. Let's stop being disingenuous. Let's stop being freaking disingenuous.
And guess what?
These men are by and large not.
But guess what?
No, sir. These men are not by and large going to other countries and marrying these women. So stop playing us. Stop playing with us. You're doing the same thing. These men are doing the same thing they're doing in the U.S. Like Siobhan said, they're going down the street and running the same game on those women.
No, I'm not, because you're right. I'm not even saying that a lot of us is marrying these women. I'm saying these men have a right to have consensual sex, just as women have a right to have their own standards. That's all I'm saying.
Sexual access is not the problem. We're not even talking about that. You see, we're having two different conversations. Yeah. You see that?
Nobody's talking about that. Yeah, y'all always, that's what I said. Sex and money is just demonically running through this community at a rampant speed. And it's gotten so many legs now that it's crawling faster than we can even try to slow it down, because y'all are missing the point. And let me make it clear. See, what black men are mad at is black men are mad that they can't have an Ebony K. Williams in the States, so that way they can fly and use their passport and go trick off her money overseas playing around, because you're already showing that this is what you would be doing now. This is why you are not qualified to be in any type of relationships now. You're telling on yourselves, because what you're showing is that when the going gets tough and when she's back and forth in and out of trial, you're going to be so upset because you're not used to getting your Infamil bottle changed every 3 hours that now you're going to run out of town and get somebody else to baby you. So you're just repeating a cycle that shows that you are always in need of some type of crutch through the guise of a woman. And
no, but respectfully, I live outside of the country though. But I live outside of the U.S. though. I mean, I'm not. I'm not a tourist.
That has nothing to do with it.
What's the point, Afro? What's the point?
No, I don't live outside. I'm in the United States. But
no, Flid, you don't. I'm sorry. I can only do one of you at a time. Afro, what's your point of saying that you live out of the country?
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong. Did the sister just not say that passport bros are coming to these countries just to have sex with these women and not marrying them, and we're coming back to the States? If I heard that wrong, then I apologize.
Okay, no, but you're talking about your anecdotal situation. We're talking about most of these passport guys.
Oh no, I said that because when she said you guys are telling on yourself, and that might have been an egotistical response. I thought she was talking about us on the panel. I thought she was saying we was telling on ourselves. But if she wasn't, then once again I stand corrected.
No, I wasn't talking about you, because my original statement is that what men want to do is to have access to a woman like Ebony K. Williams, even if he has to marry her, but she sits here and makes him look good here while he's able to still run around, because that's something that men have always done. Remember, there was a term called a traveling salesman back in the day, and a lot of those guys really ain't came home with nothing because they were running around. And men have been known to live duplicitous, double lives. And so this is all going back to fantasy. And that's the problem with this brother right here in this clip. He's crying because he's ready to go play. He's ready to go run around and chase his tail. He's tired of getting up every day, punching in the clock and being responsible. He's looking for a crutch. And most of the time within these conversations, it's always money and sex. And that's the security blanket that a lot of these men want. So it's not that they're concerned about Ebony K. Williams' age. A lot of these men that are talking all that, they'll be over there laid up under her, laying all on her couch, trying to swallow up her 401k plan if they could, and she could be 40, she could be 50 and 60. Let's not act like we all don't know what men are capable of. I've known plenty of men who have messed around behind the scenes with older women. They already showed us that in Eddie Murphy and Boomerang, how he laid up with Lady Eloise to get that promotion. So, and it wasn't something he went around and bragged about, but everybody knew what it was. So come on, if a man will lay up with a 75-year-old woman to get a promotion, he'll certainly come lay on her house in her couch on a lower level for a place to stay.
And let's just go back to this, because what will happen is the same thing that Anton Daniels did. Somebody who's not accustomed to having, not accustomed to wealth, what they'll do is they'll go spend her money on frivolous crap just to pose for their other Negligite friends. They'll go buy shoes that don't increase in value, jewelry that doesn't increase in value. They'll be wanting to spend money on cars and everything else when this woman has worked hard. So let's not play like that they're on some kind
and
of
how are men saying
footing.
These things?
Say it again, Siobhan.
Right. I was getting ready to say, because it dawned on me, how are men talking like this now in this current day and age when men were dating strippers back in the 90s and that was a flex? Now they're downing the same women that used to be a flex. So just check out the hypocrisy throughout the history of this community. The same women that are propped up are somehow in reverse propped down. That's why I said it's a double-edged sword, because it's okay when the girl was in the strip club and they were the only ones able to make money to be able to give to her. But now that she has options of not only making money in the club, but outside of it, oh no, now she for the streets. Oh, that's a problem. She ain't honorable. She has no integrity. It's like they just want to have the monopoly over every little thing we do, down to the dollar amount.
They don't want women to have options. Absolutely.
They don't.
But I gotta be honest, there's no way we can stop y'all from having options, really. And that's what men gotta accept. You cannot control these women, really. And you don't have the right to try to control them.
Well, they can't even control themselves, and they can't control their station in lives. When they can control themselves and their station in lives, maybe women will be willing to be led by them. But these men are conquered. They're not going out there making differences. What they're doing is escaping by going somewhere else to lay up under another man's authority.
That's it. And I don't know why, as men, you guys can't see that that's what it is. It's escapism. That's why these women do not provide peace. That's the reason why the stats show that your marriages and relationships don't work with them. Because after you get over there, and then after the fantasy, the honeymoon phase dies off, it's back to reality. And you realize she's just a woman who's looking for stability, looking for consistency. And now you're ready to run back and go find a new fantasy to play with. You're always looking for a new way to opt out of the game.
You're right. The cooperation has to be voluntary. Really, it has to be.
It has to be organic. It just in of itself, it has to be authentic. But you have to already come authentically you. But if you're looking for some woman to be a crutch that you can lean on, it's going to be a problem in the end, because how are you going to be able to lead her when she sat around watching you cry like this brother on the internet every day at home, but then you're supposed to be the king of the castle? Makes no sense.
And I'm sitting here waiting. I'm supposed to be dependent on you not to crumble if a burglar comes in.
Oh my goodness, right.
All right, let me kick in some shout outs and then we'll check out this next video. Tomas is here. Tomas is in the house. Black Women Rise is in the house. Mr. DJ Music, welcome to the chat. Chester just showed up. Casey Cooper, thank you for being here. Henry Mars, as always, your knowledge is well received. Gwen Johnson, thank you, Gwen, for coming through. It's good seeing you again. And thank you for your help. Claudette Jones is in the house. Everybody's up in this house. Maya's in the house. May, I know you're in the clouds. Let's keep it rolling. Here we go.
I'm making a video reply to your comment because I asked you a question and you did not respond. So we're going to have this conversation. We're going to talk about this photo that I posted because you had a problem with me comparing racism to the sexism that a lot of Black men expose Black women to. You guys don't want us talking about sexism. You have a big ass problem with feminism because all you seem to see is racism. It's like y'all refuse to admit the fact that sexism exists and that a lot of you act just like the person who posted this flyer. So we're going to go over it, whether you want to respond to me or not. So first, this says Negroes for sale, all right? So this is what slave masters used to post to let the other slave traders know that they're going to be auctioning off some Black people. Look at the language that they're using. They're using words like peaceful, no troublemakers. Now, keep in mind, a troublemaker to a Black man is a feminist, especially a Black one. Also, they're using words like all house trained, cleans and cooks, irons, makes bed. So I asked you in my comment, is this not the things that Black men say that they are looking for in a wife? And are they not saying that westernized American Black women do not possess these qualities that the slave traders were looking for in a good, obedient slave? Look at some of the other language they're using. They says that this woman is 6 girls that are quiet, not headstrong, because the last thing a Black man wants is a headstrong woman, because a headstrong woman is viewed as being too masculine. This is shit that y'all are on this internet saying on a daily basis nonstop. But the second you see it on this flyer that says Negroes for sale at top, now you're saying I'm sick for comparing the two. Well, they look exactly the fuck alike to me. And here's the thing. It says that they even use the word female on this flyer. So they're referring to Black women that they're selling as females. Y'all refer to us as females all the time. Y'all refuse to call us women. And lastly, the most sick about this all is they said that the girls are budding out, which means they're in puberty.
Y'all love talking about how much y'all love younger women and that any woman over the age of 25 is past her prime because women age like milk.
What is it about men that they always have to come in
Pause
and like...
Pause it, DJ. So, put me back on the big screen. Put me back on the big screen by myself, please. No, just me. So I just want everybody to look at this.
Wow.
This is who we're supposed to be fit, friendly, and submissive to. These are the men that talk about women and how they look.
Wow.
But they're looking like this.
Right.
Can't do nothing with that.
He got tattoos. You like those Pookie and Ray Ray type of dudes, Chester.
Oh, so you calling Chester a Pookie and a Ray Ray?
You calling him a Pookie?
With those tattoos and stuff, you know.
Oh, so the tattoos is...
Bruh.
Oh, okay.
Bruh. Bruh. I don't even look like that with your goofy self. I don't even look like that.
You don't look like
I don't
that?
even look like that with your goofy self.
That's
I don't even look like that.
That's
I don't even look like that. Do I look like that? Do I look like that?
Oh, he
Do I look
showed
like that
up.
with your goofy self?
That's
Do I look like that?
Yes, you look.
Do I look
exactly
like that? You's a goofy. You's a goofy.
exactly like
All
that.
y'all goofy. Drooling over my picture.
Come on,
Don't
brother.
be
Have
mad,
some
Drooling over my
maturity,
picture. You's a
brother.
goofy.
Don't be
Have
You's
mad,
a
some
Pooh
maturity,
goofy.
Bear.
brother.
You's a goofy.
Don't be mad.
I
Pooh
don't
Bear.
even look like that. Look. I don't even
You
look like
are
that.
effeminate,
I don't
bro.
look nothing like that.
Stop
Come on,
holding your
brother. Have
stomach
some,
in.
Keep my
have some
name out your
decorum.
mouth.
Stop
How
holding
about
your
that?
stomach in. It's okay, Pooh Bear.
Keep my name out your mouth.
It's okay, Pooh Bear.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Aw.
Gemini,
You's a
go
goofy.
easy on him. You trigger him.
You's a goofy. I don't look nothing like that. I'm 5'11", 240 bodybuilder. Get at me. You's a goofy.
All right, brother. Have some decorum.
Sounds like somebody a little upset.
He doesn't have to have any decorum. He said he don't look anything like that, and that's his picture.
Gemini, you trigger him. You might be a little too much.
You can't make this up.
Oh,
I
man.
did it, Chester.
I tell
DJ
you,
didn't
when
do
the shoe
anything.
get on the other
I
foot.
did that. I did that. So don't be mad at DJ. I did it.
Gemini, you gotta go
You
easy
can be mad at
on
me,
him
you know,
now.
I'll lead.
No,
You
I'm
can be mad
not
at me.
going easy on anybody who sits in the chat and always talking about women and the way they look, and they
Did he
look like
leave?
they look like they have a bigger bra size than me. And then they want
Chester,
to hold.
why'd you go? Why'd you go, Chester?
Did he
Where'd you
leave?
go? Well, let me kick in some shout outs real quick since he left. Claudette Johnny is in the house. Hazel's in the house. A Lady's in the house. Flawless is in the house. Mr. DJ Music is in the house. Henry Mars is in the house. Vanna Ray is in the house. Tomas is in the house. Black Women Rise is in the house. Jenny B is in the house. Keisha is in the house. King Lucifer is in the house. Anna is in the house. Chester is in the clouds. Maya
But he was
is in the house.
just in the comments going in about feminism. Now look.
Oh,
Damn, he
man.
actually showed up. Like the nigga pulled up. Unbelievable.
I mean, the thing is this is actually a good lesson. And Quita is in the house as well, along with May. KC Cooper's in the house. This is the thing, is that I understand Chester's feeling. I think what he's trying to to communicate with us is that he's doing better now. He got in better shape. And
No,
he's
sir.
okay.
No, sir. Don't even play. Don't even play. Because he did what they
I'm just trying to help a brother out, you know?
Nope. Can't allow it. 'Cause
He looked like he got in better shape though.
Wait, guys. Wait. He did what he accuses, what all these men accuse women of doing, holding the camera up at a high angle.
Yeah,
looking
that's
down
right.
So you can't see the body. And then he's holding that stomach in, but he can't even hold it in enough for us to believe that anything has changed, dude. We saw you. And you know how long I've been holding on to that? I've been letting this dude troll for how long? I've been holding on to that picture for months. I could have put that picture on blast a long time ago. Don't play with me.
DJ, we need to call 911 on Gemini, man. She triggered this guy.
Change the layout, DJ.
I'm sorry. Repeat.
Change the layout back.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Welcome. I'd like to welcome May to the stage.
Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody.
May.
Hi.
Peace, family. Peace.
Hey, I'm enjoying this conversation. Like, I think it's important. The bus driver thing has just turned the whole world around. Like, everybody is upset, men and women, and that's the part that to me is really, really important. Women are mad too, and when I say women, I'm talking about women who think that they're judging her, like, what's wrong with her, this, that, and I go back to this point I want to make, and I think that because of slavery, Black people feel like we are exempt from social class. Like, we all came here as slaves, and therefore we live in this forever utopia of equalness. And that is so far away from reality. We have all invested. And so, to the men, I would say this to you: return on investment. Forget all that feminism, forget all that masculinity stuff, forget all of that. Let's go back to return on investment. We're talking about human beings. I've invested in myself. I've done X, Y, and Z in myself. I'm just giving an example. I've done this, I've done that. I put a lot of energy, time, sweat, effort, knowledge, investment, real time, shit that has value. And why in the hell, male or female, would I deal with somebody else who has not given themselves self-love and equal investment? Let's just break it down to that. Right. Flit, I think you were trying to say that you don't see any reason why you shouldn't be with a woman like that. I will argue with you that your return on investment isn't there, brother, for yourself. So why would someone else invest in you? And men need to think about that. Women, you can say all day long in the manosphere, oh, we don't care about your education. We don't care how much you make, but we do. You say you don't, but you do. We do care. And it's happening. That's why all these men are sitting in these cars crying, because there are no women who are willing to invest in men who have no return on investment. They haven't invested anything in themselves. So absolutely not. There will be no pairing. There will be no helping. There will be no building together. There will be nothing. Because if you care about yourself, you're going to do that independently. Mm-hmm. Women have done that independently, invested in themselves. They're not going to go and pair with the man who will not invest in himself. It doesn't work. And that's what I want to know. Like, why in the Black community, male and female alike, why do we have such a problem? That's what this is really about, in my opinion. Why do we have such a problem acknowledging that there is a real thing called social class? I don't want to hear about elitism and all that crap. Like, it's bad and it's this and it's that. We are not the same.
May, it's because they can't attain it. They don't see themselves there, and it's unattainable to them. And so they want to bring down what's unattainable. And that's why you have so many of these Black men that are criminals and taking things that don't belong to them because they feel entitled to it.
Yep.
Well, how do we explain a sister like Iyanla trying to tell sisters that they need to make room for? You know what I mean? She's got money.
Because here's the sidebar to that, though. We got to be careful. Let's keep in mind on the celebrity aspect that these people are paid to initiate narratives. But for the sake of argument, we'll go along with it with someone who thinks like her and just say that really these are just people that are more rehearsed. So that's why I encourage people to be careful on how they break down, their elders and these so-called generations, because it's really just about routine and habit. And when you're under the routine and the habit of these people based off of what they've seen, then they're fixated and stuck in a certain mindset that doesn't match up. Because let's be honest, Iyanla didn't come up as a young woman, in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. So she is separated in terms of the new foundational terms that come with these Black men. They're still kind of stuck in their time and within their mindset. So it's habit and routine. And now we're breaking up the routine of being their base. You know what I mean? We've always been their base. They've always had somebody to fall back on. And this is happening not just in relationships. Black women are cutting them off, period. Like they out here unaliving their sisters, their moms. So this is just going across the board where we're just saying as a collective, nah, I want to enjoy my time. Remember that video that went viral a few months back with the guy getting mad because the mother and him were evicted with the 2 children. And remember the grandmother didn't want him to stay. And told him he had to stay somewhere else, but he couldn't stay in her house. So see, and that went viral, and they were downing the grandmother for not wanting a man to be in her house.
A grown man.
Right, a grown man. And why should he? And see, this is what I'm saying about how the sexual access messed up men in general, but let alone Black men, because it just creates a certain form of laziness. See, they haven't had to earn it. That's why they were able to hide under having a wife. That way they can jump up and down on a woman when they felt like it. But instead, you used to be able to have to earn a woman. That was a privilege for a man. That was the ultimate gift. And now we've been so exposed to them in society that they could just have their pickings, whether they want to cheat, whether they want to assault, or whether they want to get married and dress up in the ideal. So, they're constantly stuck on trying to keep this going. And because it was promised to them, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They feel entitled.
Exactly that. That's why they're out here stealing and killing over little menial petty stuff, and they're killing each other over menial petty little things. Like you got let in the restaurant that you work for, and at closing in hours that they are not allowing people to sit in. And we still get to eat, but we don't get to eat inside. We have to have do the carry out through the window. So we're going to shoot you up just because you were allowed inside the restaurant that you work at, because we feel entitled to sit inside, even though nobody else gets to sit inside, no matter who they are. You have me, that type of foolishness. You stepped on my shoe, you disrespected me, bang, bang, bang. Or you have 14, 15, 16-year-olds going on a school bus to shoot a 14-year-old little boy. For what?
Well said.
I think one of the things that I really do feel, what do y'all think? Do y'all think in the Black community, and I'm not talking about even just male, female, but do you think in the Black community that there absolutely is some kind of social agreement among people that we cannot acknowledge social class and the difference?
Yes, it is. And you know what it is? It goes back to routine and habit, like I was just saying. And it's the scarcity due to the lack of exposure, because a lot of us still have not been raised around anyone outside of the culture. And we all know what comes with the culture. So people want to stay lazy and comfortable within what the culture represents. They feel like they have to go and portray another character in front of in front of other people. So that's where they can't separate the social class from the cultural, being able to sit back and, just do whatever, say whatever. We all know our little terms and conditions and our slang and, what we able to do. And when people are comfortable with that, they want to keep up that routine. They don't know how to, okay, well, we can't function like that at this function. We're going to have, some other people over. So, we got to wait and do the real nigga stuff later. You know what I mean? After after everybody leaves, they don't want to do that. They want to turn up the same way. They want to do the same thing and stay in repetition. And the moment that you're shaking them and putting them somewhere else that feels foreign to them, then they reject it altogether.
You can look at it on this level. Even when they come over here, we run things differently, and they still can't seem to get with the program over here because they're used to being destructive wherever they go. So they can't sit still and have a dialogue with people who have already structured lives in that manner, to have a dialogue with people back and forth, not the yelling and the angry and the vitriol. We're not doing that over here. But yet they come over here and try to do that every time they come over, because they're accustomed to tearing up everything wherever they go. They're the reason why people say we can't have nice things.
Yeah, I think that's the thing too. I think a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times social class comes with a whole new mentality. You know, it comes with
It
a
does,
way
because it comes with
of doing things.
responsibility.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And something to
Mm-hmm.
lose and something that's invested. And you're very careful about how you move and what you do and the repercussions and the
Yes.
consequences, you know, balancing all of those things out and always having that in the forefront of your mind. And that's why, to me, in social class, it's not about high and low and all of that. It's just that people are in a different stratosphere of life.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's like a
Right.
continuum, but everybody's in different places, and that doesn't make one better than the other. But I
Our
studied
concerns are
traditional Indian culture and a lot, and they're unapologetic about it.
our
You
con-
are not the same as so and so. You
right.
guys do not need to be together. Period. And
Our
there is
Right.
no
concerns are totally different. Our concerns in life are totally different. Let's put it this way. Because I know everybody in here didn't have perfect credit their whole life. So when you don't have good credit, you're not worried about somebody stealing your identity. When your credit
Yeah.
score hits above 800, you have you have a whole different set of worries.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
it's
And,
as
and that's
simple
the
as
thing, even just and I think that even goes into our dating and mating. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we are afraid to just say, you, brother, are not good enough. It's like it's a bad thing, and people look down on it and stuff like that. We don't, as Black people, just say, you know what, you and I, we can't talk because we're not similar. We have to
right.
talk and dance around it. My husband's friend, not his friend, I'm sorry, his cousin, second cousin, he wanted to talk to my friend at a party, and he was asking me about her, and he wanted me to not be an intermediary or anything like that, but he was trying to measure up whether she had a man, and he was asking certain questions. And I stopped him after the second question. I said, she wouldn't talk to you.
And they
And he
have,
was like,
and the men have audacity to get mad. I
yeah, he
had,
did. He wouldn't talk
I
to me for a whole year
yes,
after I
I
told
had
him
that.
why.
I had the
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
situation happen to me with someone. I was friends with this woman for years. I mean, years. And this is how, when you find out people really just don't give a crap about you. So I'm with her and this guy that she knew. And the last time she saw him, he was with another, he had a girlfriend. Well, she didn't know him like that. Her husband knew him, because she couldn't even remember the guy's name. But yet you want to introduce him to me as we could pair up. And I said, and this is how brief it takes when you're cultured, when you're on your game, when you know what you want and you won't accept less. All I heard the guy was talk a few seconds, and I went in the other room and I said, no. And she was like, well, I said, I don't even like the way the dude talks. Like, he can't even hold a conversation with me.
Exactly.
And I'm unapologetic about that. I'm unapologetic about what I desire and what I want, because I'm a sapiosexual. So if you can't even have a conversation with me, if I can't dialogue with you and you can't stimulate me mentally, I can't even be attracted to you.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same way. We here with that, Gemini. Yeah, that's an automatic like turn off, and then I'll just doze off and then just disappear literally, because there's no connection there. But see, this is where women have to understand too, that's why you can't second guess yourself. And that's how they'll have you thinking like, oh, you ain't even got to know him. You know how they come with, how they came with the bus driver situation. You don't know his character. And it's like, well, you have to, in order to date somebody, certain things have to click. You don't know anybody's character the first couple of days. That's later on. So y'all coming with fake scenarios that don't really exist. You don't have to get to know everybody's character to know if it's a good fit.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like these guys, and it's funny to me because they yell they're not interested in certain women, but then they're triggered by certain women. And then if you Black women understand that most women don't need a rotation of men. Men want and desire a rotation of women. And so for a woman, all I need to do is meet the right one. So if you're not I don't have to be interested in and have a plethora of men around me, like men have to have a plethora of women around them. I can simply
And y'all see how dangerous that is, though, too?
It is. It's
you see how
extremely
dangerous
dangerous.
that is in terms of, and what I mean by that too, Gemini, is what I always talk about with the babysitting. Because let's just reflect on that, how that becomes babysitting and how we're taught that as women, but let alone Black women. Because what you're supposed to do is, no, what you should have did is just go out with him and on a date, just to go, so you could pacify his feelings. Even in the scenario that May just gave. That's what other people would encourage us to do. Well, you could have just went out with him once. You could have just talked to him real quick. Like you
owe them that because
no. There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing. There's nothing there. There's no substance
in an
there.
effort to protect his ego. It's like, oh well, no, don't shut him down. Go ahead and go out on a date and then let him off easy. It's like, no.
But then he's mad because you wasted his time because you knew you didn't like him to begin with.
Yep.
And then
I mean, and that's what I told him. I said, she's not going to talk to you. That's my friend, and she's operating at X, Y, and Z level. And no, that she won't give you even a second. Don't bother. Don't waste your time. He didn't talk to me for a year. He really was destroyed by that. You know, not my problem.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
What's good, everybody?
Oh.
It's your boy.
What are you doing?
Sorry, can I ask? Sorry. Can I ask a question? This is for the ladies in the panel.
If you're paying attention, because it sounds like you were watching someone else's live while you were sitting here trying to get in. Is it going to be relative to what we just said?
No. I will listen to it downstairs on my phone, and I came upstairs on my computer.
Is your question going to be relative to what we're talking about now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
A question I have for the ladies. Y'all have Ebony Williams, or you could personalize it to yourselves. If she's unable to find a compatible partner of her, what makes her happy and content, as we know, pretty much not a bus driver. If she can't find that man, you think would be better for her, and ladies that think similar to her, that you basically will retire alone or whatever, stay with your cats, or
hell yes.
She would have to eventually settle with a bus driver and things of that nature.
She doesn't have to settle for anything because see, the thing about it is you guys think that marriage and being with somebody is the end all to be all. People can be alone by themselves. People can choose to be alone. Is good. Wait, sir, you asked the question. I'm answering it. People can choose to be by themselves, and they could be at peace and be perfectly happy by themselves. See, the thing about it is a lot of you people don't want to spend time with yourself because you really can't stand yourself. So you want to put yourself onto other people because you can't stand looking at yourself. You can't stand being in your own presence. See, a person at peace enjoys themselves. They enjoy
your sexual urges cannot be
talking. I'm still talking. People at peace enjoy their own company. They enjoy going somewhere and returning home alone to the peace that they created in their home. See, a lot of you guys want to enter into relationships and enter into women's homes and destroy their peace. It takes a lot to make a peaceful home. It takes a lot. So not everybody is ready to have someone come disrupt their peace. Women are choosing peace and to be alone in that peace. Women are choosing not to have their pH balance upset by some Neglodite that doesn't know how to that doesn't know how not to roam. So there are women who are perfectly fine being by themselves. There are women that desire marriage, but at the end of the day, if they don't get married, it's okay because let's be realistic. Women outnumber men. So not every woman is going to be married to somebody. It's reality.
Well, Flit, let me tell you a little bit about when you say alone and cats. This is manosphere talk. Let me give you a little bit of reality. And some of you guys are not social. Y'all need to go to like church. Y'all need to have like clubs, organizations you belong to. You need to like reach out and see people from different walks of life. I know quite a few women who are older, like maybe 50 and up. Either they're widowed or they chose to be single. Their lives are fulfilling. I don't know if you've ever seen such a thing. They oftentimes have companions. My friend, her name is Mines. She's had a series of companions. They go out to supper clubs, and he has his house, she has her house. They meet in the middle. They go to Baltimore together and have these yacht parties in casinos, and they listen to jazz music.
So friends of benefits.
People have
Friends with
fulfilling
benefits?
lives. Huh? I'm sorry.
Friends with benefits, right?
I'm just telling you that people can meet companions. You have men who don't want to be married too, and they're older and they've already had their children. They're enjoying their grandchildren. I don't want you to get caught in this whole manosphere of black and white. And if you're not married, you ain't shit and all that. That's not reality. If you get out here, you will see people who are perfectly happy. They have routines. They have things they do. They meet each other at senior centers. I'm just saying. So this whole idea of dying alone, and if a woman isn't married, her whole life is shit and she's going to have cats and be sad, that's not reality. A lot of women, it gets greater later. I just want to say that. It gets greater later, baby.
And this also further highlights the problem that men have, and that's your unwillingness to be honest with each other. Because the reason why we're able to have a sister circle as women is because we can admit to flaws and talk about things and come up with solutions. But the way that you guys talk as if you still are not going to die before you actually die. And what I mean is your sexuality, your sexual, prowess, you might lose that ability. Before you even pass on. See, a lot of you don't realize that your grandfathers, before they passed, they had already been, not in the bedroom doing anything. Some of them 10, 15 years. Your grandmother just stayed because that's just what she had to do. And somehow you've hypnotized yourself to thinking that the day you die, that you're going to be sexually viable and that you're going to be able to satisfy and or please your wife, as if other things aren't going to happen, such as ailments, any type of illnesses, diseases, or whatever. Life will go on. There is death before death, and that's death of things, death of old ways, death of things one could do. So I just find it that there's a problem, especially with men, where you guys don't understand that and can't accept it. And that's probably why you have such a hard life, is because you're dealing with so much depression from delusion, because you're convincing yourself that things that exist that don't, because these are the intricate details that a husband and wife would more so keep to themselves and everyone wouldn't be privy to know. But these are things that actually exist. So even if this woman gets married or whatever, that does not mean that she's going to steel herself, be in a position. Everything ain't about sex with you guys. It's like there are other things. People take on hobbies later on in life. You have people, that's why it's hard for people to understand how porn stars could go 20 years in their career and then boom, they'll abstain. You know how many of them go completely celibate post their career? They don't even want to have anything to do with it anymore. That's what they did every day for 20 years. Now she could care less about it. They're going and helping out, saving whales and animals and stuff. There is so much more evolution to life.
Wait a second. Let me read this. Read some of these comments before you go, Flip. Jenny B says, Thomas, right. I'm a little barista at home. I'm going to get my money worth with my coffee machines. Laugh out loud. And she says, I'm over the bees about dying alone with cats. Like y'all aren't flooding state-funded homes, dying alone. That part.
Hello.
This is a middle-aged man date friends with benefits. Henry Moore says most nonprofits in the USA are run by women. Many do it as volunteer. They do it because they have a passion. They have a cause. They give themselves and their life a purpose. Go ahead, Flip.
Yeah, Siobhan was saying a point, but I actually lost my thought. But go ahead, it might come back.
Hazel Green says cats actually have a philosophical benefit for humans. It's a scientific fact that cats improve humans' mental well-being. Cats are also given to prison inmates if they behave. The same thing for dogs.
I love cats. I love cats.
I just want to make a little quick statement right here. I saw people saying everybody dies alone. True, you do physically die alone, but being single does not mean that you are socially lonely.
Right.
I really hate that the manosphere loves to paint these pictures. It's so sad. I know so many older women, and they are having fabulous lives, creating dreams and doing all kind of neat and cool stuff. And they're choosing to be, even some that are married, but they're doing great things later in their life.
Yeah, you know what it is?
Lonely.
You know what it is? Is that men project. I'm projecting, right? I don't want no man want to be alone, like live alone. Even though even my circles might be eventually I might be the same situation with the cats, right? But I'm projecting. I don't want my future to be living alone. So I'm thinking about Ebony Williams and other women like her in that position where would they choose to be alone or choose to settle down and maybe get with a bus driver so they won't be alone. And some women
are you being sincere? Are you being sincere?
Yes.
So so are you saying that you have a genuine fear of loneliness? Is that what you're saying, Flit?
Yes. I think a lot of people do, but I could be alone. I've been alone all my life, pretty much. You know, not following with the crowd. I've been a person that do my own thing, speak my own mind, regard to stuff. I don't follow nobody.
But companionship wise, you do. But companionship wise, you do concern. You have concern about not having a life companion. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I would like to somebody to be with somebody. Of course, I think most people want that.
Yeah, but you're saying that, but the way that you guys come off is coming actually as the opposite, where you're not thinking about Ebony, you're only thinking about your own selfish needs. And that's how it comes off when these guys are bashing women for making a choice to be child free, making a choice to be alone. It just goes to show that, this projection of anger is coming back to women who can stand alone, but yet y'all over here talking about leadership. If you're afraid to be by yourself, how you gonna be a leader? Anyway, like you have to go through it's very healthy to be able to fall in love with yourself enough to spend enough time with yourself to cultivate who you are. So it's just like when guys say all of that, what it is you're looking for a crutch, and what that should translate to women is any woman will do. Because you're not special. He need a crutch. So it's just like, how does that make me feel like I'm special and that I've actually supposedly been chosen if you just looking for anybody to lean on and I just happen to come up?
I'm curious. When it comes to that, Flit, what exactly? I'm not trying to interview you. I'm just asking because I've never heard a man say this before. Like honestly and genuinely, what is it exactly that you seek in a companion? Like you don't want to be alone because you want it's of what X, Y, and Z. Clearly, sex and what else?
I don't have the worries now or the fears now. I'm just projecting in the future. In the future, I want to be alone.
Right, and the benefits that you would get are what?
My circumstances now.
Right, it's not now, but in your future, what is the benefits? The main benefits you would want from being with a companion? You want, of course, sex, and what else? I don't put words in your mouth, so you tell me. Somebody to talk to
and sex, but that's not. I don't have the energy of a male in the youth, like 20 years old. So I don't think my sexual drive will be as strong. Maybe twice a week.
So okay, we'll just call it intimacy of some sort.
So sex wouldn't be the top priority, but I think that would be essential, but not the top priority. But at the same time, companionship, right? Okay, and conversation, and going out places, enjoying life.
Somebody to do stuff with. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. That's the thing, though. You got to get out of that red pill. Somebody, I don't know who this lady is. She's got great comments. Let me see what she just said. She said you're gonna need to get out of the manosphere and the red pill. What is her name? Black Woman Rise. She has some really great comments, and she said to you, Flit, take on a real hobby and a passion, something to give your life purpose. And she said also that this manosphere stuff, it will cause you to end up alone. And she's right. All this red pill, hating women or talking down to women and wanting to boss women and all that stuff. Women want the same thing you want. A lot of women do, not all, but a lot of women want the same thing. They want somebody who's kind, compassionate, security. And there's security for men too. They want somebody who's loving them through good and bad. If you get sick, they're there to take care of you. Somebody to have a good time with, good conversation. I'm just saying, we all want the same stuff. We're humans. And we get off of this battle of hating each other, then we can have space to love each other. But as long as the men, in this space are doing this, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go.
As long as we got a Cillian and Dennis Sperling and the league attorney there, the black community is doomed, basically.
But you a male feminist. You should be ashamed of yourself, my man. But I'll let you. Everybody have a
But
right to
see
their
that, but
opinion.
see that's the problem right there. So you're admitting, so really you're essentially admitting that you do have a problem with feminism because you
Of
thought
course I
that you
do.
could run, yeah, of course, because you're in your 50s now, so you're running out of time yourself, and you would want to be giving the rest of the best years that you have to a woman who can appreciate it enough to where if she does have to become a caregiver of sorts, then she would at least be able to look back at the beautiful moments that you stood on your feet and was able to actually do something. You see what I'm saying? So, so it's just like you guys are constantly running around living this fantasy, and then one day I'll figure it out, and then it ends up some health ailment, and then you're scrambling around looking for some woman that you can lay up under. When it's like, at what point do you get serious and do you get structured? And that's the reason why you guys are rambling on about feminism, because you don't like the fact that a woman can make a choice whether to opt in or opt out.
But
You want
Siobhan,
somebody to lay on.
Again, the passport bros is a branch off from the Black manosphere. So with that said, Black passport brothers is options is available. I have 2,000 over 2,000.
Boy, if you say you have
in my
2,000
WhatsApp.
followers, I'm gonna drop you off this panel.
Huh?
Flip, you are funny as hell.
But see, here's the
I have
thing.
over 2,000 Dominican women in my
But
WhatsApp.
what is the passport, bro? See, I'm gonna tell you right now how this doesn't make any sense. And the passport bros have nothing to do with it. You guys were already the passport bros because you were already leaving before you had a passport. You were already, you were the local bros.
Come
You
through,
were
Siobhan.
local travelers, door-to-door salesmen. You guys have done it all. You guys have had more jobs almost than Barbie. Like, let's stop in terms of leaving. So it's been all different type of names. Now the passport bros is just a further escape. You were escaping with neighbors across the street. You were escaping with people in the community, because Primetime did a special 20 years ago saying that 76% of people cheated, particularly men close in the neighborhood. So everything was about convenience. Now you're taking a passport going abroad. And like I said, you really are just mad because you guys were already raised under the patriarchal system of thinking that it's okay. I have the license, the entitlement, and the authority to run around and do whatever I want. And then I'm still going to have some woman, a Black woman, who I could go to her house and lay down and die. And now that the jig is up and your mamas don't want to do it, the aunties ain't doing it, everybody's opting out because all the women all collectively want to travel and live their best life. That's why you're going around saying they on OnlyFans, they want to be on IG, they want to be traveling and all of that instead of being at home cooking, because you want a base so that you can
Get
go
her,
leave
Siobhan.
when it's a wrap. Like, let's just call it what it is. Y'all want to have a landing pad, and you don't have a landing pad anymore. Grandmama, big mama done died. Everybody and their mama can't stay at her house no more. It's death to this whole situation, and that's something that y'all can't stand. The boat ain't rocked, it's capsized.
All right, I'd like to kick out some shout outs real quick. In the house is Tomas, Claudette Jones, General Business Class, King Lucifer, Henry Mars, Aya Patsy, Jenny B, Marvel is still in the house. Good to see you. Chester is still here. Chester, by the way, if you want to have a bodybuilding contest, I'm down. A Lady is here. Camel is here. Strum is here. Chief Goddess is here. Black Women Rise is here. Tiff is here. Maya is here. Anna is here. Scott Haywood is in the house. Scott Haywood says, I can't say it enough. The men are responding to the ill treatment they and other men are receiving from women. That's very interesting.
It is extremely interesting. He said, what ill treatment they received from women. So they are the leaders. They are in a patriarchal system, but they're responding to the ill treatment of women who aren't leaders, who aren't running society, who aren't keeping them from employment, who aren't, how are women holding you back?
Scott, if you have some time, if not this live, another live, let's have a discussion. So let's have a live discussion. and we can
Yeah,
talk
I wish
about
he could have
that.
came up and even just explained that real quick, because I don't want to take what he's saying and running with it. But it just sounds to me like this is just a constant echo of what I've been saying this whole entire time. And that's, the landing pad, they're used to the landing strip and they can't, it's coming from too many different sides. It's like, it's like a landfall of sorts, and they're getting smothered in it and they can't take it. They can't understand it. They've had so much assistance that they really have taken it for granted and have taken advantage of it. And now they don't even know how to reconcile. And that's the problem. They haven't been restricted. And now this should teach them, but this is going to take time. And that's why they're fighting tooth and nail.
They're slandering. Society is crushing everybody, but they feel like they're being singled out some type of way.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're playing the victim role again. And when this is happening, this is a global phenomenon. That's why I said they're acting like this is just one-sided. When these women all across the world are opting out, they don't want to have anything to do with any. These girls don't even want to date. They over here in China shutting down the college for 2 weeks so that people can fall in love. What kind of sense does that make? These girls would rather go to school and go out with a man. Check that.
Scott Haywood said the manosphere is not a monolith. There are broke dudes and there are dudes who make decent money. Again, the money reference. They're broken. It doesn't matter how much money they have. They're broken men and they're commiserating together.
Yeah, and one quick thought right here. Scott was saying that men are being treated poorly. Scott, I would submit to you that it is a possibility that there are men who do not realize that they were never supposed to be talking to women to begin with.
Mm-hmm. That part. A lot of these guys can't take care of themselves, but yet they want a woman. Like if you can't take care of yourself, if you don't have savings, if you don't have anything in savings, then you can't you don't need to date. Like
you're on public transportation and you can't do better than that. You're not in a position.
Or you're only able to put $6 of gas in your car,
at a time.
At a time. Like,
and then if you ain't got no self-worth, you can't do anything.
You got men who don't even have the confidence because they haven't done enough. They haven't even done and invested enough in themselves to have confidence. Such men, Scott, they make a mistake by trying to use women to validate their manhood. They need to do like what MOT talks about. Get your ass up and get on a productivity plan. Prove to your damn self as a man that you're a man first. Love yourself a little bit. Invest in yourself a little bit. Make sure you got a return on investment. You have to present something. See, we've gotten past that place in this culture for some reason where you got to present something. And let me tell you why these men get shot down. Because guess what? A lot of women, they might want to get married. And as a woman who might want to get married, I'm just giving an example. I need to make sure that you're somebody who can actually provide stability. If you're unstable, why are you trying to even talk to me? You are not even stable. Why are you in my face? Why are you speaking to women at all? And not only that, if we actually work out, it's time for dates. What's that going to look like? How's that going to work out? It's time for us to go out and have a good time. Are we on a budget because you can't afford it? I got to pay for it. Why are you in my face? Let's go to the next level. We want to get engaged if we like each other, right? Maybe. Where's the ring going to come from? You think I'm going to sponsor? I'm going to pay for it? Why are you in my face? There's a wedding. It's going to cost $30,000, $40,000. You can't afford it. Why are you in my face? You understand, Scott? You have men who do not have anything to offer. They don't even have intellectual or emotional intelligence and confidence to offer, nor security. And they're in women's faces. You goddamn right. You're getting shot down. No apology.
Can I share something with you, ladies?
Wait. So King Sigma Beta says, why don't you be the breadwinner? Again, they want to flip-flop roles. They want to flip-flop roles every time that something is not working out to their benefit. So all of a sudden you want her to be the breadwinner, but you want to lead her. Who's going to allow you to lead and be the breadwinner at the same time? It's asinine.
But he just lied. He just lied a few comments ago and said that men are opting out, which that's a lie. You're not opting out of anything because you're still looking for sexual access in every other corner pocket. So you haven't opted out. No, women are opting out. That's what the stats are showing. If they are shutting down a college, which absolutely makes no sense, but if they're shutting down a college trying to encourage young women to essentially get pregnant, then that goes to show you that's a problem. I call that a
over the
problem.
world. And a lot of these men that are in these other countries aren't coming with zero. They're coming with something.
Yeah.
And so I mean, we've watched video after video after video of white women and other women, demographics of women being interviewed in their ass. Would you accept a man that's taking this? And they say no, money is important. They get to the black woman and say, oh, well, you know, as long as he's trying.
Oh yeah, my goodness. That's why I said we always do that. That's why it starts in dating. That's why I used that example a little while ago. You see how we get caught up as a collective because we encourage and inspire and motivate each other to babysit. And if you do that, well, I just went out with him just because. Then before you know it, well, I'm just paying for him to go to school so he can get on his feet. He don't have nobody. It just constantly becomes a cycle of babysitting somebody because they say that they're down and they need to show up for themselves. And after Black women who have already proven that point, because they already have helped you, it still wasn't good enough. You know, they don't even realize none of this stuff is new. This passport stuff ain't new. Y'all was doing this in the 90s when it was all about dating out in the beginning, when Jungle Fever came out. So this has just been a constant cycle. Black women were in college then. After A Different World came out, the college rate shot up. This is historically known. The stats are there. And Black women decided to actually go, whereas a lot of Black men dropped out because they wanted to go for the fraternity parties and the turn up. But Black women stayed on course, and it's only increased from 1990 till now. So we've always had a desire, no matter if we was twerking on the weekends, whatever. We went back to class and went and got it. And now these guys haven't caught up. And now that we're meeting up in places, flying, the girls are getting together, having wine tastes and sips and meet and greets in other countries. Ain't nobody about to moonwalk and take it back to going back to nobody's kitchen over there and looking out the window, wishing what life could be like. Nah, carpe diem, seize the day.
And then I love this, that they think like they here goes the shaming tactic. You all appear to have dated the same dude. No, sorry to hurt your feelings. Sorry to burst your bubble. But you know, no, we haven't all dated the same dude. But a lot of you dudes are the same. You know, there is a difference.
Yeah, and that's that's another generalized statement that I noticed that they make too, where they try to sit up there and say, well, these are the guys you've dated, when really, being smart, it comes from your experiences, but gaining wisdom and knowledge is by watching other people. So everything doesn't have to be anecdotal and based on my life. This is once again a wave. This is your friends, your family, your neighbors. We have all seen this stuff in the culture. Don't sit up here. Y'all always want to come and try to act like you are alien from outer space and you a whole nother type of male that's never existed before. You know, it's like, no, you're not. You're one and the same, and you come from the same philosophies, the same mentality, and the same type of teachings. So stop it. Stop trying to separate yourself from people that you're not. And this is the reason why y'all don't have no brotherhood. I hope y'all see, because y'all live in a land of delusion to where you can't even break down and keep it real to each other. That's why the brother on here crying on the internet. He can't even go to his own brethren and keep it real about how lost he feels. Why? Because y'all all gonna keep faking and acting like something don't exist that does.
Exactly. And they're jealous. They want to be women. They want to be treated like women, but have the same benefits of men. They want to benefit from the patriarchy, but be treated like women.
And that's what I'm saying is that, they are frustrated, but the reason why they're frustrated is because it's like you keep stepping out there and you have nothing. You keep trying different women and trying to promote yourself in your manhood, and you have nothing. And I think that that's one of the things that I need to realize. Scott, you keep on acting like there's a victim. There is no victim. It's like one of those things. You have to have something to offer. It's like Pearl. The bitch is ugly, right? This is why she gets constantly ignored. She doesn't invest in herself. She doesn't try to look better. And among white men, she's trash. She comes and she puts herself out there and she keeps getting rejected. This is human natural selection. Okay.
She looked like SpongeBob too.
Anybody can fix it for you. There's no victim in natural selection. You either are going to find and seek a partner that is on your level, or you're going to try to go above your level and keep getting shot down. And I think that's what some of these men need to realize. You probably don't need to be talking to women, period. Then you don't have to be a victim of women and getting rejection, or you need to just really downgrade all the way to what you actually are. Look in the mirror and find your match, period.
Jen J said, she was saying she likes to make a mean sandwich. She can make a mean sandwich. She likes to make her sandwiches. And then she was like, so your man want to be your girlfriend. Like they do. Like, why didn't you bring me roses? These dudes are hilarious. Like,
King Sigma said Pearl is sexy.
You know,
Oh Lord,
he's a
I
thirsty
feel
man.
sorry for him.
No, I don't. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Feel sorry for what? Like, for what? This is a man who's in love with the pasty. Like, he deserves whatever he gets. Like, his last girlfriend was a consumer of drugs. So, this is the type.
And see, meanwhile, they running over to play patty cake over at Nick Fuentes' house, thinking that he gonna call Goldman Sachs and get them to shut down what they doing for black women and give them a check. And it's not even about to happen, not nearly. So it's just like, you're once again, this goes back to mindset, because now y'all think that y'all gonna hook up with the descendants of the Klan and get and start playing, crisscross applesauce with them and get them to shut down the women. You see what it is y'all don't have a problem with Ebony K. Williams. Y'all got a problem with the fact that you wanted to be old school, where you able to have custody of her check, where you could be like the pimping and give her how much money you wanted to spend, so that way you could go out and create a second, third, fourth family up and down the street and around the corner, offer her access to her funds. But it's not going down. Nobody is going against this. And see, what they don't realize is this, is that the reason why there's a stock market, the reason why there's an algorithm, all of this stuff is mathematically based. They have already done the math. They have totaled up the numbers, and they already know who got the bag and who's spending the money. This is about consumerism, and this is about power through money. So if men would have gotten up, and if you really would have bossed up the way that this country was set up for you to do, then you probably still would have been able to have the control that you quote unquote once have, even the black man. But because you didn't step up, and now your women are pummeling over you and they're spending the money, as a business person, who am I going to cater to? I'm catering to my customer. You don't spend no money. You have no say so here. I'm going to cater to my customer, because these guys, they're just as patriarchal, but they're all about the bag, because that's how you run the economy. So they don't care about sacrificing a few hundred, maybe a few thousand of you. They'll just set up a prison like they're already doing, and then you could go there and you could work and manufacture the stuff that we gonna buy.
Exactly. King Lucifer said that's the problem. They don't want to date a woman on their level. They definitely don't, because they think they deserve to date women of upper class, or a woman of better standards.
They don't even deserve to date. They shouldn't even be dating. They should not have access to women. They should not have access to women at all. And that's the problem. They've been spoiled with access to women, and it's made them lazy.
And Scott Haywood said, and this is the thing, you men created this system that we're in. The white man created the system that we're in. You benefit as a man from the patriarchy. So the system was created by men, and now you have a problem because you never juxtapose yourselves against the men of society. You're too busy juxtaposing yourselves against women. And so you're floundering because you don't know how to function as a man in the society that was set up for men.
Right.
And why do men have to stay in their lane, but women are told never to settle? Because before, women were looking to men for resources. Women didn't marry down because they couldn't. They didn't have anything. So, and then the women that did have something, fathers weren't giving them to somebody who didn't have anything. I don't understand why you guys can't conceptualize. That's the way society has worked for every other demographic. Their fathers are not handing them over to simple people that don't have anything, because they want their daughters to be taken care of. And so women, even the women that don't have fathers in their lives, still have the same ideology. They're not going to hand themselves over nor their wealth to somebody who doesn't have anything.
And you know what? I think that's where the breakdown for a lot of the Black community happens. That father piece is missing. We wouldn't have all these bums running wild if it was for that father piece, if it was in place. I hate to refer to a lot of other cultures, but I am a global citizen type of person. You look at the Latino culture, the Jewish culture, the Indian culture, Chinese, Japanese, even African culture. I don't know about Caribbean so much, but they absolutely have in their culture built in cultural norms. They want to make sure that they have the checks and balances. Who the hell are you? Which they probably already know you, your family, your history, your background. They know what kind of family you come from, what kind of honor you have. People are not necessarily as transient as, you know, in some of these cultures as we are, right? But there's checks and balances. There's families examining the bride. There's families examining the groom. They're looking at your assets. What can you bring to the table? How do our family and this young lady or this young man benefit from joining a union? You know, all that casual dating and all this other free play that we do in the United States, it doesn't exist. It is very purposeful. When we're talking about mating and actually building economically, people consider all of these things. And they will let you know, you're not even going to get an audience with a father. You're not even going to get the initial conversation to bridge that conversation with the father or the family if you're not of a certain standing. And we don't have that in the Black community, unfortunately. But they will cut you off at the knees. You won't even approach people. You won't even approach their daughter. And so this is the problem we have. It's a free-for-all where men just think that they instantly get access. Someone said entitlement earlier. You just think you get access to women. And that's why you keep getting shot down, because the women are shooting you down, but it should be the father shooting you down. Or you should be so afraid you don't even approach the father to go to talk to his daughter. So this is something that we got to work out in the Black community.
Hey y'all.
Hey,
Hey, I just came up here. I'm gonna be real brief because I gotta jump off. But I came up here because I wanted to talk about when I guess someone had gave Flint advice that he needs to leave the manosphere alone. And do y'all know who Sneeko is? Y'all know who that is, Sneeko?
Yeah, I know who that is.
Okay, so if you've been following anything that, because I watch a lot of white YouTube as well, and they've been getting, you know, on his ass to the point where I guess he had pretty much recently had like a wake up call, because a lot of these guys that follow into the red pill, a lot of these young YouTubers that was doing very well, like Sneeko, it's some other ones too. That was it's another guy. I can't think of Aiden Ross is another one. They started, you know, hanging with Tate, you know, and getting into that, you know, that Andrew Tate side and all that, and losing their channels and all, and like pretty much their life is like going downhill. And he recently, you know, went on Destiny Show. As a matter of fact, he didn't go on Destiny Show. He was on Fresh and Fit. And he went up there and said, he told them, he was like, that he was done with that. He was like, I'm not, like, this red pill stuff is messing up my life pretty much. I mean, at some point, I guess DJ Torch can review it. But yeah, he was like, it's not, you know, no, it's not, it wasn't never what I was.
Kimo, you went out.
What happened? Yeah, because I saw the clip. I didn't see the whole thing. That would actually be an interesting video to review. Okay, good. You back, Camo, because I was about to go ahead and pick up.
Yeah, did say, I mean, yeah, you can take over in a second. My screen just went black. So yeah, he just was, I didn't get to see it all, but I mean, I read comments before I probably even watch content, and I was reading through the comment section, and there was a lot of, you know, people that was like, they was proud of him. But, you know, on that side, he was doing things and, you know, bothering, you know, some of the content creators, of course, people of no color. And they wasn't having it. They wasn't having that harassment and doxing and all that other stuff. And they, you know, pretty much, I ain't gonna say ran him off, but it was getting to that point. And at least he was smart enough, even though he's young, to realize, like, I'm about to lose everything. He had already lost his YouTube channel. Sneeko was a model, like a real runway model, like supermodel. He was? And yes, he was.
Wow.
He's done campaigns and everything. Like he was a real live model. And he's in Japan right now, and I don't know if he was there before, but I know he's in Japan right now, and he's doing really well though. Like you could tell it's a difference in him that he let it go. He saw it, and he didn't let his ego keep him in his place where he knew that it wasn't right for him, and he knew it was disturbing his life, and he saw that it wasn't going anywhere but downhill. So I agree, like you got to let that stuff, that red pill is like, it's bad. It's not helping men at all. Well, on either side, it's not. It's just ridiculous, and it's becoming like a joke now anyway. But that's all I got, guys. I just wanted to tell y'all that. DJ Torch, if you need me to send it to you, I will. You can look at. I saw Destiny had did something on it, but I'm pretty sure if you go to Fresh and Fit, the interview is there as well. But yeah, he told them like, I'm not with that no more. Like that high value man, and he was like, these women are right. Like you're not listening to these women, but these women are what these women are telling you is right. Yeah.
Very interesting. Is this? I have it on the screen. I don't know if it's the right one.
Yeah,
because
that's what this looks like it. Yeah, because he did have on a white shirt. This does look like the clip that I saw, DJ. So I think you own it.
Yeah, we'll have to review it later, and
we can use it for maybe if not later in this live, another live.
So real quick, like King, whatever your name is, whatever, I don't know. The red pill has always been here because white men have already had it. It's just new to black men. And it's and like always, instead of you creating your own pill, like your that will suit you and the things that you need in America, you went after, and basically you're copying off something that it don't benefit them, but it definitely will never benefit you because you're not in the same social class as these men. These men can actually they have time to screw up and be do all these things that they do, and they'll bounce back because they're white. You started at the bottom and you're still at the bottom, and if you can't go nowhere else but the bottom. And the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to stay in a red pill and stay mad. So no one is telling you that you can't. But with whatever the person said to Flint, if he wants to be happy and actually find a woman, he's going to have to let that go because no woman is going to want to deal with that ever. Just like you don't like nags and to be miserable, you want peace. Women want peace too. Don't nobody want to hear that. But anyway,
thank you, Camo. Perfect.
No
Thank
problem.
you. And
And
to
can
tie
I-
in with what Camo was saying, Vanna Ray says we've already been doing what Ayanla talking about. Black men are headed for permanent underclass. She wants us to go even lower in the mud than we've already gone. I'd rather be successful and alone.
Absolutely. And can I tie in something?
I'm gonna
sorry,
say this and
Gemini.
then go ahead,
Go
Sharon.
ahead.
And it goes back to, I believe May made the comment the other evening. Like, you can't even take me where I'm accustomed to going. Like, Ebony is accustomed to making reservations months out in restaurants. You can't even take her to you can't even afford to take her to a restaurant that doesn't have months out reservations. So when women are accustomed to treating themselves a certain way, and you come along, is she supposed to stop treating herself in the same way that she was able to treat herself before?
Right.
Go ahead, Siobhan.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to tie in what May was saying as well as Camo. And this goes back to the reason why this space it failed. Well, really, it was dead on arrival. And this goes back to the fact that Black men have collectively cosplayed from these other men, but they haven't practiced or studied the principles that come with tradition and culture. And that's the reason why this space was created and it failed, because they didn't come with a foundation of principles. They started off with saying, this is just giving us a space to talk. Okay, but at some point you have to put boundaries and barriers over what's said and what isn't said. And in these other spaces, these men are smart enough to know, because they have businesses, they have things to lose. So they have to keep boundaries up, and they also have to screen who they're allowing within their inner circle, because they don't want to lose what they have. So without foundation, without principles, without having a mission statement in mind, then it's just like a business. It fails. And that's why the business of these spaces in terms of Red Pill and Manosphere failed, because it shows that these guys are not leaders. They're not entrepreneurs, because the whole idea, what they never understood why they were praising all those mafia movies, is that those guys centered it around family. And there was actually at one time, you could actually, a guy could get off and not be a suspect in terms of he was a married guy. Oh, okay, well, this guy's married. There's no way he could have been involved in this. Like, marriage was actually a security blanket. That's the purpose of the patriarchy being started anyway, in terms of what we know as modern day marriage. It was actually protection for men. But y'all over here in the red pill acting like it's benefited the woman. No, it didn't. It benefited the woman under the umbrella of the man. But the idea is that marriage was supposed to secure you, because number one, it was supposed to give you a focus. It was supposed to, number two, make you trustworthy in order to get into a conglomerate corporation with other men like-minded. Then number three, it was supposed to overall cloak you in your status. So see, once again, you guys haven't even studied any of this stuff. If you study ancient culture, if you study modern day cultures, you will begin to put together what the foundation is really about. But you're so stuck on vanity and the optics and money and sex that you can't even get past it.
I wanted to read a comment. Jenny B. Black men wanted to be a part of the white manosphere, and of course they were like, no. They are constantly trying to have a seat at the table, but they keep getting kicked out. They're not even allowed in the door, because you don't know how to center yourself. You don't know how to focus. You don't know how to make the moves that they know how to make. You also don't know how to shut the whole hell up and
That's
just
not
sit
true.
back and observe.
That's not true.
And just sit back and observe what's going on. Because a lot of times what you learn when you're around different cultures and different types of people is to be quiet and learn how they war. Because you can't fight a war if you don't know your enemy. You can't fight a war if you don't know how your enemy fights. You can't even join in the ranks when
That's
you don't
not
know
true,
what's
though.
going on. You just like May was saying, like, these people don't you're distracting. I'm removing you. These people don't even know how to network. They don't know how to make the business moves that need to be made to get to where they want to go. They don't know how to sit back and just watch. If you sit back and watch these people and how they move and how they make their moves, you can go to many different places. You can take your family with you, along with you. You will be able to afford a family because you're moving in the same directions. They want, companies by and large want to hire people that are married because it speaks to stability. It speaks to you have something to lose. You have something of value that you want to work hard for. But these guys can't even conceptualize that that's one of the purposes of having family, because all they can see is having a woman that they can subject. They don't see the benefit overall.
That's true. They don't see the benefit. They don't understand the institution of marriage or partnering or consolidation of resources. They're missing all of that. It's kind of sad. I want to throw this out here real quick. Y'all heard of Phaedra? I can't remember her last name. I think it's Phaedra Parks from the Housewives of Atlanta. Okay. I want to use her as a case study for Iyanla, who talks about how Black women need to give the average man a chance and, work with what he's working with, meet him where he is, and all of these type of things that we hear. Let's look at Phaedra. Y'all familiar in the chat with Phaedra? Let's just put in the chat some of the stuff that happened as a result of her as an attorney. And I'm not using her because I don't like celebrity stuff. I really don't. But she is kind of a practical, somewhat realistic person in the world. Look at the fallout of what happened in her life as a result of her going lower than she should have. She ended up dating and marrying a guy who was directly out of prison. What happened to her, y'all? What was the results? Let's look at it. So many things happened to Phaedra. One thing, he was a cheater. Okay. He wasn't a marriage husband material. There came a point when she needed him to actually behave a certain type of way, and he was very inappropriate in public, didn't know how to act, didn't know boundaries, and he embarrassed her. There was also the stigma of her as a professional woman who basically, I'm not sure she's a divorce lawyer or not, but as a lawyer, you don't want to be affiliated with a convict. So that's not a good thing. Another thing that happened to her is she ends up asking him to meet her halfway, to be the man, right, of the household, to lead the household. But look what kind of house they bought in Buckhead. He couldn't meet the mortgage. He couldn't even meet half of the mortgage, which is all she required. So what he ended up doing was stealing and embezzling and doing all kinds of things, which got him back in jail. And she ends up being a single mother, of 2 children, having to do it all on her own and eventually get a divorce anyway. Just saying, this is a case study.
Very well said.
Huh?
Very well said. I mean,
Absolutely.
that's exactly the explanation. That's the explanation that Ebony should have used.
Absolutely.
That is it. I mean, it just, for some reason, I don't understand. It's like maybe when somebody joins the manosphere, they lose brain cells or something. I don't know what it is, but every other culture, they date by class. They date by class. So it's kind of like what these guys are asking for is something for nothing. They want something. It's okay if you're just a bus driver, but there are women at that level. What's wrong with just dating another bus driver? What's wrong with just dating women in that level? Because the thing is this, people who are millionaires, they either sacrifice early in school, they either, don't get me wrong, I'm sure some were born into money, but if anybody wasn't born into money, it was Black women. So they probably worked their ass off to get there. And then, so you want to take whatever made you a bus driver and you think that'll benefit a multimillionaire. But let me play a little bit of A Lady's clip again, right around here, just in the middle.
I don't have a solution. Like, I don't know, y'all. This ain't fucking it, y'all. This ain't fucking it. I did not picture
talking about work, not fucking being it.
Life being this fucking bullshit, y'all. Y'all, I've had a series of fucking panic attacks at fucking work today. Like, we are not.
How is he going to help a hardworking Black woman at all, really? But when times
and DJ,
get hard,
did you hear DJ? Did you hear him say, "I have no solution"?
Boom. Well, this is why.
And the only thing that I would halfway excuse him for, and I mean halfway excuse him for, is if he was a nurse during COVID. Like, that's the only. He's watching people's demise over and over and over again. That's the only. That would be the only saving grace to this video. But it's doubtful.
It's okay. I mean, the thing is this. I'm glad he knows that he's over his head in some situation or whatever. But remember now, he's over his head and he's just by himself. He doesn't even have a family. So this kind of talk would be extremely scary to a spouse unless she was the leader of the family, because she would tell him to pull up his bootstraps, right? Now she's acting masculine. You see how it works, ladies?
Yes. And it's crazy because I don't want to lead a family. If you're my husband, you have to lead. But the thing about it is, I have to trust you. I have to be able to trust you to lead. This man, I don't trust you. Like, dude, you in the car crying? Like, what the whole hell? No.
And said he has no solution. So that means that, and it clearly he's already been stressed for him to have this breakdown. So it already means he's been unhappy for an extended period of time and he still has no solution.
A series of panic attacks. A series.
Right. Right. So he been stressed out over this whole situation to the point where now it's bubbling over. And see, I would be afraid if I was his woman of him coming home
Come
being
on
a
now.
threat to me and the children
A
because his
family
mental mindset.
annihilator. A
Yeah,
family
you know what I mean? And
annihilator.
this is how it becomes a liability for the woman and child at work because he has to cry in the car, but he's going to come and take it out to the nearest person. So it's just like, without him having a, gym membership, somewhere where he could go and exert that extra energy, he's going to be a threat.
And you could tell he doesn't have a gym membership. Like, look at him.
Right.
Or he's not
Exactly.
utilizing it if he does.
Exactly.
There's also some part here that's missing for him too. Problem solving skills.
Right.
He said he doesn't have a solution. There's always a solution to everything. And the fact that he is come to an end and he's having panic attacks, that means he doesn't have that skill set. So that once again, with Scott, we talk about why men get rejected. If you come to a woman and you don't have basic problem solving skills, there you go. There's instant rejection because you weren't ready. I don't need a man who's gonna tell me he don't know how to find solutions. You are.
And don't let me be at home pregnant right now in this situation. Don't let me be breastfeeding a newborn and he coming here crying, leaking all over the baby. I don't know if it's the baby tears or if it's his tears, it's everybody's tears. We all crying. Like, come on.
You crying in a circle.
Yeah.
Can you start it over? Aya Patsy says they should seek therapy, not the gym. They should seek both. Gym is a form of therapy. So just
both are
because it's an outlet. So you're given homework, you're given outlets to express yourself, to release the tension. So yes, they should definitely go to the gym.
And the gym gonna open up that mindset to where he been eating them honey buns and them chitlins every night to where his mind can't even open up and be a sponge to absorb anything. So if he goes and hits the gym, guess what? Not only will he work out, he might actually meet somebody and shake hands with somebody that could change his life.
Come on now. Play it, DJ.
Okay, got it.
Oh, I've had a series of fucking panic attacks at fucking work today. Like, we are not supposed to live like this, y'all. Like, I'm on lunch and I don't want to go fucking back in, y'all. We shouldn't have to struggle so fucking hard and then struggle to operate, struggle to function as a person trying to make it. Like, what the fuck, y'all? And I don't have a solution. Like, I don't know, y'all.
Pause it, Scott. I would like to ask you this. Would this man right here, question number one, would you want this man married to your daughter? And number two, if this man was married to your daughter and he was tripping out like this and he was telling you what was going on in his life like this, how would you feel? And then number three, what would you tell him to do? I'll wait for those replies. I'm very, very, very curious to see what you're going to. I'm going to keep playing this.
Wait before you hit play. Now I was trying to give him an out, but when I listen to it again, he's not talking about work. He's talking about life. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead, push play.
This ain't fucking it, y'all. This ain't fucking it. I did not picture life being this fucking bullshit, y'all. Y'all, I've had a series of fucking panic attacks at fucking work today. Like, we are not supposed to live like this, y'all. Like, I'm on lunch and I don't want to go fucking back in, y'all. We shouldn't have to struggle so fucking hard. And
so
then
he's
struggle
crumbling under the pressure of just a regular job. It sounds like. He's crumbling under the pressure of life. Again, this is something everybody is going through.
Yep.
These men act like they're the only ones experiencing the chaos that's going on in the world. Just like people who are a certain age think that all of a sudden their parents, I have a lot of clients that have children my age, and it's like they're still living at home with their parents, and for some reason they can't see that their parents are struggling just like they are. Like it's amazing to me that people think they live in a bubble. They don't see that everyone around them is suffering and everyone around them has to make it too. So pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and see, this is what Black women have that a lot of Black men don't have. We see that we cannot afford to crumble because we are all that we have to depend on.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have space to fall apart.
No, right.
We don't.
And let me ask y'all this question. How likely do you think that it is for the kind of man that this looks like, for a bunch of men to tell him, oh man, it'll be all right. Let's go out and go holler at some hoes. Let's go to the strip club. Instead of let's get into the lab and figure out how we're gonna get you out of this bind. Come on, bro, let's go work out, stuff like that. This is what they need to be doing in terms of their brotherhood, instead of sitting around talking about some woman who's supposed to make everything all right, because that's where the generalized advice is going to come from men, and that's where they keep each other in disillusionment. They're going to encourage him, man, you just need you a woman, you just need you some coochie, instead of saying, nah bro, well maybe hold on, let's get together after work and go work out together, or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's just like
very
it goes
good point.
Mindset. Whereas women, when we get together, we'll go ahead and cry it out, we'll have a couple of glasses of wine and put our heads together and see if we can make something happen. Ain't nobody finna be going out and gonna go party and BS around when it's a problem. And this is where you have to show up as an adult.
That's a very good point, Siobhan. I think you're very right. I'm looking at my wall right now. I'm gonna read y'all a couple of things I have. A book called Until Today, The Healing Self, Forgiveness, The Value in the Valley, A New Earth, Live Happy, Every Day I Pray, Peace from Broken Places, The Shadow Effect, Emotional Intelligence, Perfect Health, How to Know God. These are books, and I'm sure you ladies, if y'all look on your bookshelves, you have so many things. We feed ourselves as women. We're nurturers. That's what makes us feminine, and we're healers. We heal ourselves. We pour into ourselves internally. And this is a skill that Black men have not gotten. And it's something they could tap into if they weren't toxic, and I'm not saying us fixing them, but it's a skill they could actually learn and absorb by osmosis from women, that healing effect. How do I deal with it? And it can make them more powerful as men if they were resilient, but they end up folding instead of going into themselves. And you're absolutely right, Siobhan. His answer is going to be something external, not to pour inside, but to go and do something external to try to either cosplay himself into a different reality, or he's going to use some other human being's energy or abuse of another person to bolster himself, or sex somebody, or create a baby he don't need. It's going to be some external bullshit that he's going to do. And that I could say I do see as a majority Black male culture. They go outside for healing or for fixing, and it's temporary and it's bullshit and it doesn't have any results. They refuse to go inside.
May, can you read off some of the authors of those books?
Sure. Until Today is Iyanla Vanzant. The Healing Self is Deepak Chopra. The Value in the Valley, Iyanla Vanzant. A New Earth is by Eckhart Tolle. To Live Happy, I don't know who that's by. The Shadow Effect. Perfect Health is Deepak Chopra. Emotional Intelligence, this is very good. David Walton. I got a lot of these books. And then there's one named Krishnamurti. He has a whole series of books. He's an Indian philosopher, Krishnamurti. I got a lot of his books. And then, of course, a lot of Deepak Chopra as well. And there's one good one called Opening to Spirit. It's like it's a combination of a lot of different healing arts and stuff like that.
Okay. And I want to know if with the books that you read from Iyanla, does the contents of those books differ from what she's now saying?
Absolutely. She wrote this stuff a long time ago, like in the 90s. Until Today. Yes, she was talking about being resilient, and she was talking about pouring into yourself. This pop culture stuff, and somebody said that earlier, you have to be careful with some of these celebrities because they are, well, not as celebrities, but TV people, because they may have a different thing that they're on depending on the need or the call of the public.
Well,
Well,
the
yeah.
need or the call for their wallet.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah. Because
yeah,
she's hopping into
absolutely.
the red pill space. You already see a Yana pseudo red pill BWE, and she's about to take the talking points and transform them and turn them into her own because she's able to have the name and the backing to run with it. So you already see what it's, what it's hitting for. But this just goes to show that this is the reason why we're a constant come up, because people are always playing and placating on our need for this supposed love, and then they play on that, because essentially what Ayala is saying is what Jordan Peterson is saying, is what Umar Johnson and all of them, they know that men are not going to change, so that's why they come to the women, and they think that the women are going to somehow dress up a certain way and then change the men. And haven't we been on repeat doing that? Like we've been in petticoats,
you need to
we've
be
been in hijabs, like come on, we've been in all kind of undergarments covering up everything, hot air balloons sailing out in the outer space. We've done all this stuff, cooking all kind of meals, lunch, packing lunches and all of that. We've done everything to cosplay every type of woman, and we haven't gotten anything back in return. And now that we're saying, well, you know what, I'm going to dress up for me. Now all of a sudden it's a problem with wigs and lashes and everything. Oh no, how dare you dress up and be beautiful for yourself? You're supposed to be doing that for some man,
And they refuse to believe that you're doing it for yourself. They absolutely refuse to believe it, because again, they know that this is what they do. That there is nothing more satisfying than me leaving my home, looking in the mirror and knowing I look good. And it doesn't matter if anybody else says it or not. I know it when I walk out the door. Like,
well, because they don't know
this.
sensuality, Gemini. They don't understand that that's what women have. That's our gift. That's what they're actually jealous of, but they don't know what it is. Yes, it's called sensuality. It's called the fact that women, we have 2,000 more receptors on our body. So we're that much more sensitive to the touch. And we can actually go out and just want to go have a drink at the bar and be cute, and just be cute for the night and be sexy and feel confident within ourselves and go home. We don't have to feel like you and go and ain't even barely shaved your face and your breath stinking, but you think you want to leave with the hottest chick in the bar.
Chief Goddess said he should become a bus driver. Word on the street is they all own investment properties and stacking $1 million in the bank.
Oh yeah, all these guys are rich. What you mean? They over here, look, they lying. I heard that they were lying on the stats to make the black man look bad. That's what they say.
Right.
They're all millionaires, especially in these spaces. Y'all know every time they come in, they all educated.
All of them are six figures.
Right.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. They don't even need to be doing all that, because like they keep trying to paint this picture that all these black women want millionaires and stuff, and they get these little clips of these silly girls that are stating these things. But social class isn't about that. It really isn't, y'all. We know that. For example, I use myself as an example. I'm from a middle class black family, and I'm from the suburbs, and I have a mother and a father I grew up with. I knew that I'm going to make the best mate with somebody who's from the same background. I don't belong with a millionaire. Why the hell would I even bring that up? I don't belong with a ultra rich man. Like, that's bullshit. Like, they are making up stuff, trying to make us look unrealistic. I knew, and that's how all these other cultures are. They already know that you're going to pretty much stay in the lane in which you were born, because you're going to be most compatible with that person. I have nothing in common with a man who makes multi-million dollars. I wouldn't know how to act, what to do. I'd be out of my lane the same way I would be with a pookie who sells drugs on the street. I am best with a middle-class black man from a family of mother and father, and that's what I got. I don't need a millionaire. So this stuff about the black women, that's what they want to paint in red pill. We all want a millionaire. And so these bastards are lying and saying they make 200,000 and 100,000, when really they make 40. And the truth is, they're going to need to pair with a woman who's making about the same or a little less. That's their reality, but they don't want that.
Hi, Alexander.
They always have to come in and like humble us.
Men are jealous of women. It is the root of all of our issues as genders in our society. Men are jealous of women. And from the lens of a man, you could see why that would be the case. The attention that women receive is not attention the majority of men will ever receive in their lives. Now, women are often the targets of hostile, aggressive, and even violent attention. But conversely, most men aren't the subject of attention ever. Most of their existences are irrelevant unless they are providing something or serving a purpose. Now, this is not me playing my little violin for men. We all have our crosses to bear, and it is a patriarchal society that has set up the perspectives of the genders in this way. The same society that the majority of men uphold. I think if the majority of men stopped and observed the plights of women due to the patriarchy, they would solve a lot of their own problems in that process. That usually doesn't happen. So again, I'm not playing my tiny violin for anybody. However, the hyperfixation, the hypersexualization of women does cause men to envy us. From the viewpoint of a man, women can date as many people as possible, have much more options. And not only do they have more options than suitors, but a lot of our suitors are willing to provide lifestyles for us. I have several men in my life that are not only envious of the men that I date, but they're envious of the lifestyle that these men provide for me. It's a
DJ.
double-sided envy.
Now I want you to hear what she's saying, because she's saying this as a white woman, not as a black woman. Because the same is not the truth for black women. Because she specifically said a lot of suitors that can provide her lifestyle. And we know that in the black demographic, there's not a lot of black men that can provide the lifestyle that black women have provided for themselves.
Not only do they want to be with beautiful women to receive some kind of social status, to feel validated as men, but they want the attention and the lifestyle that these women are awarded. And again, since there's not a ton of thought on the adversities that women face, the advantages of being a woman, the advantages of being an attractive woman is all that men are really left to observe. This creates a hatred for women in their hearts. Not only do they resent not being able to have them, but they resent what they have. That's why you'll see so many comments talking about, OnlyFans and girls having sugar daddies and blah, blah, blah. Obviously, if any of these men woke up tomorrow as a woman, they would do the same thing, if not worse. And the thing that deters a lot of women from pursuing these paths is because they are so shamed by society where men's voices are the loudest. But it's the catch-22 that we're always presented with, where they want us to put out, but then they judge us for being sluts. It's because they have this conflicting contradiction of emotion that they're constantly wrestling with. Now, I'm envious of men too. I'm envious of the reality they face in several ways, and I can make a separate video about that. But the reason why they always try to put us down whenever we get a little bit of leadway is because they already feel like we have it too good, and they're jealous.
All right, let me kick in some shout outs. May's in the house, Scott's in the house, Jen J's in the house, A Lady's in the house, Aya's in the house. You can't get laid is in the house. Hopeful EC, welcome, Hopeful EC in the house. General Business Class still in the house. Jenny B in the house. Black Women Rise in the house. Melanated Vessel in the house. Marvel 318 in the house. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Strum's in the house. Henry's in the house. Chief Goddess is in the house. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it cool.
Can you play the next short, and then we'll converse after that?
Got it.
Do you want to be a princess, or do you want to be treated equally?
Oh shit, are you okay? Which kind of nonsense be this one? And see, once again, y'all be using words and phrases, and y'all just be fumbling. When you use this particular type of phraseology, you are invoking a particular classist and elitist ideology that stipulates that women in a particular social class should be treated differently. That's one. And if you were a man worth your salt, you would always treat your woman like a queen because you are the king, which then harkens two questions. Brother, either what kind of queens are you choosing, or do you really believe yourself to be a king? And actually, we're going to take it one step further. Even if you consider yourself to be a king, in reference to woman king, are you the king of Dahomey, or are you the king of Oyo?
Siobhan, what are your thoughts on the last two?
Yeah, the girl, I mean, excuse me, the lady, yeah, she was she was right. And even though it doesn't necessarily all the way add up for Black women, it still does apply in terms of even what's said in these spaces in regards to how men simply view the life of a woman as being easy, despite the fact that they're very much aware of the onset of danger. There's somehow a disconnect there, I notice, because they'll override it. You know what I mean? Like assault, stalking,
Mm-hmm.
all the different things that we have to go through, all the things that these young ladies, and then they're making it seem like it's just so easy to be even down to, even on the OnlyFans or something to that effect. It's like, no, that's not, we've already seen some of these girls being taken out as well, and these guys clearly know that this is what these girls do and that they're not even with them. So it's just like, men don't understand the dangers that's associated with being a woman, even in terms of their professional careers, and just the harassment when you're not even, looking for anything. So it's just like, and there's still a jealousy there because it's like they just want to reap the benefits of what the possibilities are. But it's like they want to ignore the actualities, which is the dark sides of it, which is men.
Exactly. You can't get laid says we have to be looked at as pieces of meat in the workplace and bashed and talked about negatively on social media. We have it rough mentally. Thank goodness Black women are strong. Melanated Vessel says those clips are not slick. They're promoted by folks who want regular Black women to all seem like delusional gold diggers, and not just to Black men, but to non-Black men.
Well, yeah, that's the other twist. I'm glad she actually said that. So shout out to you for that, Melanated Vessel, because she's absolutely right. That's another thing too. These are all, signals and they're smoke screens. So they have to make us look bad to everybody to keep the rhetoric going. Otherwise, it doesn't help their cause, which is their foolishness, despite the fact that everybody can see through it. I mean, there are writings, there are documentaries, there are everything. So it's just like, this just goes to show, it's like, and they don't even realize that, you're seen essentially as entertainment. And you're okay with that. You're okay as being entertainment.
And and of course they're okay. And I talked about this before. Of course they're okay with being entertainment, because they wouldn't, even with Kaepernick taking a knee, the rest of those ninjas, a lot of those ninjas were afraid to take a knee because they didn't want to lose out on their money, because they understand that they're merely entertainment. They weren't really willing to risk anything. And it's just like on Fox News, I forgot old girl's name. She said, just shut up and dribble.
Yeah.
So they see them as entertainment. Just shut up and dance. Like the Sambo thing. Just shut up and dance. Just dance for us.
And that's the problem. They still keep playing that role and they don't even see the connection in it because they're so busy. It's money, 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 money. And that's why it's just funny seeing this Nick Fuentes situation go on, because it's like, oh, okay, this is their new angle. You guys think that you're going to get in alignment with these men, and then somehow they're going to give you a seat at their table that they've never historically given you in any type of industry or sector. It's like, they don't even see that really what these guys want is for you to create your own thing and to actually keep up with it.
And that's why they don't have any sympathy. Like the sympathy for Black men and Black people, and they made it so that there's no sympathy for us as well. But that's why these white people don't have any sympathy, because they're like, how long are you going to cry victimhood? How long are you going to keep saying that our foot is on your neck? Especially when you look around you. I know a lot of these people are not accustomed to being around white people or living around white people, because a lot of them, including women, still believe that all white people are somehow rich and have gotten generational wealth from all of their families. Like, where have you lived? You can't have come in contact with a lot of white people, because that's just not true. And so these white people that are struggling themselves, who don't even have as much as some of us have, are looking at Black men and Black women who are complaining like, what the hell are you complaining about? We got it hard too. And in a world that, it seems like everything has been created equal for you, because that's what white people keep telling us, then we don't have any sympathy for you. So a lot of it is that they're still complacent. Like they have this complacent victim mentality, and Black women are like, and if we don't by and large change the trajectory of our own image, it's going to be detrimental to us. It's up to us to change our image because we've allowed them to use it for too long.
Yeah. Yeah, we have. And it's just like, what needs to happen is, like I said, this is going to take some cycles. So it's just like, Black women got to understand as a collective that if you're going to stay in the fight of independence, then you got to, just know that it may not be, for you in this life. I mean, that's a risk. You know what I mean? It's all a risk. It's all a risk.
Siobhan,
But you gotta accept the terms that follows, because if you really don't want this, and as you're getting older, you really don't have time. You cannot be playing and making rookie mistakes like that no more. And I'm not saying be governed by the spirit of money. It's just that you do have to look out for a girl's got to look out for herself in this day and age. And now with so many laws against you, we really have to confront the fact that this whole marriage argument is almost non-existent because there's so many barriers to it and so many caveats and so many liabilities that the world is kind of, if you really pay attention, we're actually kind of going to your place or mine. I don't know if people are realizing that. People are not going to get married living under the same roof like that. I don't see that for the future. Like, we're already going through this shift, and it's just going to only adjust itself accordingly. People are not going to go back to those old standards. We're going to have to re-personify how we look at relationships, and it's okay to have companionship. They were just rushing and like super gluing us together so we could have children and create these nuclear families. And that's where you got to understand when you're a pawn in the game of life. These aren't real standards. That's why you have to come up with your own. The freedom that we have now is the freedom of being able to make choices and decisions. You got to understand the foundations of how this stuff is built. And it was just to have a bunch of kids. Now they didn't overpopulate it. Now they really want less. And really what they want are more scholarly, genius-like, forward-thinking children. Those are the ones who are going to shift us into the future. So until mindsets are right, we got to back off and, depopulate accordingly, because some of these bloodlines don't need to extend any further because the dust is just going to keep recycling itself over and over again.
Sounding like May.
I'm trying to tell y'all, it's some science behind all of this. When we got a lot of stuff converging. We got feminism, modernism, capitalism, globalism. We got all this stuff, and technology is driving things. We are moving at this rapid speed, and we don't know where we're going. But one thing we do know is we need less people. We just don't need all these people. And that whole industrial revolution and agricultural revolutions and stuff, those were times when people were needed. And this, we think for some reason that we are so important and so, we're egotistical as humans. We're really a cancer on the earth. I mean, come on. And
it's evidence.
There's a balance. We don't need all of us. And I think that natural selection is absolutely at work. And some of these men, and I'm talking about across the globe, and women too, are going to be victims of natural selection. And we got to move our emotions out of it. Let it go. This happens in the animal kingdom, in the plant kingdom. Everything that's living is subject to natural selection. We got to stop struggling with it. We got to stop feeling sorry for people and acting like that's something we need to do to save people. Ain't no saving. You can't save. I tried one time. I saw a big old bird come down when I was in college, and he swooped down and got this squirrel. And I started chasing and running, trying to keep him from getting a fat squirrel. He's supposed to do it. This is natural selection. This is nature. And this idea is crazy that the red pill keeps using. Oh, well, if the women don't get married, then we won't be having kids. And then the population, fuck the population.
What you say, I mean, it's evidenced by when you look at what happened during the pandemic when people weren't running all over the place. What happened with nature?
Yeah. Everything got cleaned back up. The water got clean.
Yeah.
Yep. Mother Nature began to replenish herself.
Yes.
Yep.
And they were so itching to get back in the rat race and didn't even acknowledge the beauty that was going on without us trampling all over it.
Yep.
And we were transformed. We were transformed too by it.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was, some of it was funny to me because I don't have children, but some of it was, it was contentious. And I'm going to get back here. But one thing that Siobhan said that I want to get to before I forget is that a lot of us, we're so selfish that we don't want to create things for future people. Like, it's like we don't want to create things, and we don't want to make changes that will help those who are coming behind us. It's all me, gimme. And you think that you have to have children to pass something on for society, and you don't. And that's another misconception.
So look, reading this comment, so we just fall into their programming and say that we don't need to marry and procreate, falling for the white supremacy agenda. This is a global issue. This is not about Black people in America. The birth rates are going down everywhere. Let me tell you something. I've seen a country that's overpopulated. You want to go to India. You talk about what overpopulation does just in one country. It's horrible. It's dehumanizing. We got to talk about quality of life too, because quality of life with humans comes into play. The deer, no matter how many of them, they either get enough to eat or they die off, right? But with human beings, there's a quality of life issue. And when you can't survive and thrive in the environment in which you are at economically, if you can't thrive, what kind of quality of life do you have? And being a teacher of a majority of poor children, I can tell you that quality of life is big. It's big, because what happens is when the quality of life isn't there, the nutrition isn't there, the safe environment isn't there, the need for money that has not been had. By the time someone turns 16, they drop out of school. When they drop out of school, they start selling drugs. Then they get on probation. They get an ankle monitor. They get thrown back in school. Then they got a probationer, a white probation officer who hounds them and tries to figure out how to get them into the system to be in prison. So quality of life has part to do with it. We don't need all these people, especially useless people on the planet. This is not about white supremacy. I just want to tell you, this is very scientific. You have to take your cultural, lenses off sometime to see it. That's my thought.
And May, also, let me carry that and say furthermore, recently in Afghanistan, there was some footage, and the women and children those people are starving, and the women and children are getting sick and dying. These men are lined up, begging, don't have nothing, and don't have nothing to offer the women and children that they populated the country with. So, this is the first time where we are at a precipice, and we can no longer hide under these blanket statements, because this is global. This is the first time in history where this ain't got nothing to do with race. That's what these men need to understand, that all of this is affecting all of us. This is a global impact. And when there's a global impact, that means that all hands need to be on deck, because the future is watching us. And I'm already seeing us get roasted, because too much time is being wasted with a bunch of little hopscotch and jump rope going on, when it need to really be everybody getting all hands on deck, so that we can be able to get this baby rolling, so we can take ourselves to where we need to be, and that's a softer landing. But if everybody is sitting here trying to be greedy and still take up space, when we already have pre-existing children here who are starving, but you're over here begging for new kids to come, so who's worthy, the kid that ain't here yet, or the kid that's already here? Is that how we gonna pick? And we have to think about stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, good point. Very good.
And it goes back to what we keep saying, that they see value in Black women. And I want to read Melanated Vessel's comment. We're seen as more down to earth, easier to talk to. They're trying to change this and paint a narrative that we're sneaky, delusional gold diggers. And it won't work, because we're already being invested into, because they see that Black women are willing to take the risks that other people aren't. Black women were only second behind white men in starting businesses. And the only reason their businesses failed is because they use their own capital, and their main consumer is other Black people. So They see the value in Black women, but Black women have to keep it going. Don't lose stride and don't become disenchanted because of the men. They see what the men are doing, but they also see what we're doing. And now is the time for us to take advantage of this upward trajectory that we have. We also have to go back to the shaming that we used to do in communities and ostracizing of criminals. When you get in these comment sections and you see things happening and it's Black men or Black women that are doing it, do what the white people do in those comment sections and say, you know, you're glad that they've been caught. You congratulate the police and keep it moving so that they can see that Black women are not sitting here holding the hand of the criminal. These criminals have to be ostracized. I don't care what age they are. They have to be ostracized. It's time out for this coddling of criminals and standing up and saying, oh, you know, the police don't treat them right. Well, if a 14-year-old is running around with weapons and drugs, no, they're not supposed to be treated right. Sorry, not sorry.
And is this what has been said? Like, I'm thinking that, wow, this is so simple, Simon. Like, we really have no excuse to sit up here and say something like, oh, let's just go around and have all these kids just in case. Like, are we really living on the edge like that? Like, what are we talking about here? Life is going to progress the way that it is. In order to protect the future, you do have to make certain sacrifices. We can't worry about all of that. You can't worry about what's not here, but you need to be worrying about what's already here. And when we have people like this in mass, including the fact that in this country alone, we're going through all type of, you know, channels of them allowing people to come here on top of AI, taking jobs away. You don't see the big shift that's taking place.
Right.
That means that guess what? One day, if you're obsolete, you're going to be deleted. So you need to think about that. You need to think about how this baby is going to break all the way down to the white meat and disintegrate down into what is your purpose. And if you don't have a function, you are going to be control or deleted. You're going to have to be saved up in somebody's jail cell. You're going to end up being an indentured servant until you build up enough money to be able to get your own. Like, you know, the way that these guys don't have any foresight, there's no way in the world that you about to lead me into nothing but an early grave. That's all.
And see, that's why they like uneducated. That's why they want dumb women, because see, the way we're talking and what we're saying, it's just, it ain't about red pill. You see what I'm saying? This is stuff we can see in the real world because we're paying attention and we can analyze what we see going on. We can see all of these things converging and how, I mean, we could even say they're squishing humanity in, you know?
Right.
We see it, but they, you know, an intelligent woman can see things and make decisions based on that. That's why a lot of them, they worship stupidity, because they can control you when they tell you, oh no, we got to have all the babies we can. For what? For what? Somebody asked this question. Somebody said, Jen J, she wrote, May, so who are these people that we need to get rid of? And how do you plan to get rid of them? Is there something you need to tell us? I'm not a eugenicist. I don't hope that don't come off that way. I'm just seeing that the different things that are happening in the world are pushing people that way. And to answer your question directly, let's look at this. If we have a man and we have a woman, whatever they make together, let's ask the first question before we even get to anything else. Can this couple afford to buy a home? Can they afford that? Before we even get to the baby, can they afford to buy the home? That's you're talking about elimination. Okay, can they afford all the things that are involved in transporting and taking care of a child? Do they have health care? Can they afford to even birth? You got people in this world who are giving birth to babies and can't afford the actual cost of the birth. And they think they're supposed to do that. It's weird. Where's the health insurance, baby food?
It's a multitude of layers too. And one thing that isn't discussed about, and this is why I say that, you know, these are very surface conversations, because people can't even dive in deeper and think about the fact that there are so many other mitigating factors to being a parent. You don't even know how your mental mindset is going to be. You don't know what may happen. You could have a healthy child and then that child get diagnosed with something. You could have a healthy child for 15 years. He jumps in a car with a friend and a drunk driver hits him and now he's paralyzed. There are so many different variables. And it's just like when I hear everybody's dreaming of the perfect world, and it makes me scared of you people more because it's like,
Mhm.
ooh, you're living in the land of delusion where land the plane and understand that this is really your fight and your journey. All of this, how you think that you're going to be the Starship Enterprise and lead everybody into the future with your offspring. I mean, that's a good, everybody would like to think that, every mother looks down at their kid and says, oh, he might be the next president. He might be, she might be the greatest person that ever lived, but you really don't know it. It's all a gamble. So,
yeah. And then look at the school. Can a kid go to a good school? Can you afford, if you go to a good school,
right,
y'all know,
it's just so many
if you
different
go
variables.
to a good
You
school,
guys,
anybody
you
who's been
guys,
to good schools, you know that good schools, even if they're public, they cost a lot of money because that PTA gonna keep dragging it out you, Can
right.
you afford
You
that?
guys, let's let Brent Alexander say something. He's been waiting.
Oh,
Oh,
sure,
okay,
sure.
yeah.
Alexander. Alexander, are you there?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay. I was listening and working at the same time, and I want to come in and chime in on the conversation real quick. Yeah, I actually agree with what the women were saying, and I support what I support black women in, whether they, get their education and or whether they open up their options. I or choose to stay single. I support that. And also I also want to say that watching what is watching the whole well, watching certain clips of black men, making fun of black women, it lets me know that maybe black women should open up their options, and maybe we don't deserve the love of black women at all. That's what it says to me, because we can't say we love black women and try to ruin their image at the same time. We can't do that. And that's why I'm okay with black women opening up their options, going to school, getting their education, and making a better life for themselves. Because at the end of the day, it's better than staying in a community that wants you to lower your standards and be with a man who is abusive and not have any good character whatsoever. And so that's my take on what I've seen.
Thank you, Alexander.
Yeah, thank you for that. But still, it's like, with so many billions of people that exist, I think what happens with people, I know we've all been raised with TV and movies where we think in extreme terms. Just because the numbers are increasing in certain ways, it doesn't mean that's the totality of the number. So births are still happening, children are still coming. We just have to readjust the cycle of how things are done. That's what we should be focused on. There's no such thing as something completely starting and then something completely stopping. That is not the function of what goes on this planet and within this being. It's expansion and contraction. And we're taking a step back. It's okay in the game to fall back. That's the reason why I go back 2 spaces in the game. That's how life is. Sometimes we got to take a step back and chill and look, oh, okay, well, let's rearrange some things so we can move forward. But the bottom line is there's not going to be enough to go around. And that's what's going on right now. Inflation means reduction. So we have to put things in proper perspective. We don't want children and women and children walking around starving and dying. What's the purpose of populating if we're going to be subtracting anyway? You have to think about it in terms of that. Mother Nature is going to clean herself up one way or the other. We're here existing here. It's going to play out as such. So we just have to rethink about what we're doing and the kind of beings that we want to bring here, because the children are our future. We're getting older. You don't want your purse snatched. You don't want to get robbed. So you want some viable, good minds here who are able to lead us and keep us protected as we get older. That's a shift.
Can you guys talk a little bit about what you've seen with automation? I think some people are not sure when we're talking about what we see is happening technology-wise with AI. Can y'all just throw out some ideas of what is coming down the pike?
So AI, you can see AI in like every aspect of life. In the hospitals, there's AI. It's taking over certain particular jobs in AI. I saw where even with computer programming and certain types of programming, people that are doing programming, AI is replacing them. I saw traders, like day traders and investors. AI is going to be replacing them. Certain financial analysts and accountants, AI is going to be replacing them. The restaurant industry, AI is definitely going to be replacing them. I mean, almost every aspect of life, you could see where AI is going to be replacing. And it's funny that you asked, because I did just look that up. And I was surprised at some of the things, like the paralegals. AI is going to be taking the place of that.
What?
So yes.
I mean, I even seen robots who are, you know, that they were making, and you know, they are here to enforce the law. I actually seen them.
Yeah, New York City just brought on some robot dogs.
Yeah, they got the dogs out. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen it in my local. I mean, I'm just talking about some smaller scale stuff. I'm so shocked, Gemini. You're talking about a lot of professional jobs, a lot of high paying jobs, in what you just said. I was just looking at the people on the bottom of the totem pole. My McDonald's down the street is literally like ran by 3 people. There's a cook, there's a runner who does the front desk, and they do the drive-through, and there's a manager. That's 3 people running the whole McDonald's. And you go and you tap your little thing on what you want, and you go to this thing and stand there with a number, and they just put it down and walk away. And you pay everything, you do everything on your own, automated. I've seen a Whole Foods store. There's only one person standing by the self-checkout. The whole place is empty. There's no baker. And
it's the same as Back to the Future Part 2. It's the same way how that happened. And that was supposed to be at that time. I think that was by 2000. That was the prediction. So, you know, we've been on, you know.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Hi, lady.
Great conversation. You know, I was down there in the chat having conversation about the children. That, you know, you guys are having a great conversation. And that part just is so... There's a part of me that wants to start a movement that women having children outside of... how can I put this? That it should be more mutual agreement for a child to be born into the world.
Yes.
Because women do have that power. But you know what?
And you know what? More discernment with the mutual agreement, because the detriment is to the woman. And I don't understand why women don't understand that they're the ones that it's going to be a detriment, not only to your physical, your mental, your financial, everything is on you. And so since you're the gatekeeper of all those things and you have to take care of yourself, it's up to you to be extremely discriminatory of who you procreate with.
Right. And so, but here's my thing. I could do that, but that's what the manosphere, that's what men are supposed to be doing. If they see women as the predators in this situation, they don't have to stick their penis inside those women, okay? It's just like women, we have to be very careful who we deal with so that we don't become prey. They have to do the same thing. You can't go ahead and get off and then say, now I'm the victim. No, you enjoyed that. You had that fun, is what we used to say back in the day. So it's up to them. This whole time, if they spent demonizing women, they could have been getting legislation, organizing so that they can reform child care laws or whatever it is that they are so upset about. But instead, they've chosen to come together and really denigrate our reputation so that they could feel better about themselves. But
ladies, something so ridiculous I've been hearing these bottom shelf dudes say is, women, you need to fight to relinquish your rights to child support. Like, oh my God, like who's doing that? And you have some silly women like the mammies that are saying right on board with the men, women, you need to relinquish your right to child support. You need to relinquish no fault divorces.
Look, there is some serious brainwashing techniques that they are trying to pull on us, and it is working for some people. It is. I mean, I've actually heard on the Lapeef network that woman who comes on in the evening. She said a feminist is a woman. You are a feminist if you agree that women should have the right to vote. So that is.
But that's true. Yes, we are feminists.
A lot of people.
That is feminism.
So if that is true, that means we are all demonized because we have the right to vote. And
no. Take it, make it more simple. If you have a bank account by yourself,
right? That's feminism.
So again, all you have to do is reverse that back on that person. Do you have your own bank account? And if they say, yeah, you're a feminist.
That too. Anything that feminism helped to change.
Driver's license.
Drivers. Oh my gosh. Look, Prism came on. I was trying to make this real quick. Prism came on last night and she was talking about how men were forced to marry us back in the day. So I did my research on that, and I'm sure in different counties and areas they have their different ordinances. But the truth to that is, it is true in a way. But what Black women had to go through, they wouldn't sell us property after we were freed, and they wouldn't allow us to even. They didn't even want us to work as a sharecropper. They didn't want single women to work. Now the white woman was responsible. She was partly responsible because if they would have sold Black women property, then she would have had more. She would have more rights than the white woman. So they they enforced that they didn't want all these single women running around here, with no place to go. So they really did put ordinances in place that you can only sharecrop on this property if you are married. And men became the Black man, the head of his household. He was subjugated by the landowner. So he didn't even have the right to run his household the way he wanted to. His household had to be run by the way his boss told him to. So that meant if the boss said, you better have your kids and your wife out there working those fields 14 hours a day, that's what they had to do. When the opportunity came for Black women to get out of being under Black men's, not only the Black man telling her what to do, but the white man too. It was like we had all of this patriarchy on us like nobody else in this country. So when we got that now I understand why feminism, they're like Black women were so gun-ho on feminism. Hell yeah, we were. Because not only we had to be bossed, if you will, by our husband who was treating us like a servant, a slave, a worker in your own household, but he didn't even have the authority to tell his woman what he really wanted her to do. He was also answering to someone else. That's just that's why I like feminism. Thank you. I'm all for it.
Melanie Vessel says the other men are coddling their bad decisions, but holding women's feet to the fire for theirs. How on earth are women supposed to respect them if they move, if they're moving like that? It won't happen.
Yeah, no, there is no respect in that. It's just like, but they're just upset because they want you to continue to play dress up. And that's really what this is about. This is about making them look good. And, and that's another role that we played as well. And that's why I said, that's the accountability. But I think we've recognized that for those of us as Black women who have been able to recognize that it's a problem. We've seen how it is played out. So it's okay. Now we can recognize it's a problem and move on accordingly. But if you think that you are going to babysit a grown man into success, I don't know what to tell you. I'd like to see that happen, and I'd like to see you come out of that unscathed. But we already know, and we have too many historical documents to show that is not going to do anything. If you want to continue to be on the plantation, as it were, then you can go ahead. But with the information a lady just presented, just shows me they're used to having handlers. This is what this shows you.
Yes,
this historically shows you that they need a handler of sorts. And there's also been books that have been written about the Black man that white men were writing about how he needs a handler because the Negro man can't think for himself. So when it ain't my writings. This is before any of us were even born. This stuff has been documented when they were studying them. So they've always had the philosophy that they needed to be governed. That's a problem, but that's something you're going to have to take up with other males who have wrote those type of doctrines, who think that way about you. And now you got grown men on here who need baby bottles and need to be swaddled.
Right. King Lucifer says, AI saves money and labor costs. That's one of the main areas corporations usually make the biggest cuts. Exandria Kenty says, learn how to code, invest in AI. Don't be scared. Fear will stifle you and you'll get left behind.
Okay, and Scott's back and he's saying, so all Black men were Mr.
Sir, we don't have time to coddle you and baby you and pat you on the back and burp you. That is not what we said.
I mean, and for the most part, they were in a lot of ways, because that's just a mentality. Mr. is nothing but Pookie and Ray Ray. It's the same analogy. It's the same mindset. But see, the difference was that those men didn't have access to education and have certain rights that you do. So if you're still going to play on those names, yes, that's making you look bad as a group of men who have access. You're sitting here talking about how the school system failed you. Okay, well, you could realize, well, I should have learned more. Well, go to check in your enroll in your community college. Go back and you can hire a tutor now. Why aren't Black men getting money and then hiring a tutor and further advancing their careers? There are so many different options, but that isn't brought up. It's always, when in doubt, when things go wrong, go get a new woman. That's always been the philosophy. Let's admit that.
It sure has. From pillar to post, from pillar to post, from pillar to post. Whatever bed, whatever couch they could rest on underneath the woman, they were doing it.
Yeah, it's just like, we have to, you got to open up your eyes and see it, because really, with the way that the prices are going, folks don't even have it like that. People can't play with you like that no more. You cannot let these liabilities in your home anyway. You cannot have people towering over you when it's $20 a pack for meet the kids. You can't even buy no kids snacks no more. It's $80 to get the kids a little snack. Like, it's ridiculous out here. It's crazy.
I'm telling you, I am loving this. It seems hard now. It seems it's disappointing, but the eye-opening, the awareness that we have gained through going through this, we know now who the Black man is. The blinders have been lifted.
I mean, I think we always knew, but I think we weren't ready to move beyond them. We were conditioned to drag them right along with us. It was like they were our responsibility. And we've come to the realization that you can't want more for someone than they want for themselves. And this is one lesson I consistently tell my clients. You can't want more for your children than they want for themselves. So there's only so much pouring you can do into creatures before you have to let them go and send them on their way. And I mean creatures, I make creations. But it was a Freudian slip because some of them are creatures, because it goes back to what I was thinking. And I laughed a lot during the pandemic, because people who had children, they were losing their minds because they didn't want to be left at home with the little creatures they created. So they were upset. They were upset because they were like, teachers need to go back in those classrooms, and I pay my property taxes. And I was laughing. I was like, I pay some of the highest property taxes in my city because of where I live, and I'm not complaining. I don't have kids, but you guys are complaining because you don't want to live with those creatures you created. Now you see how to teach them.
And why is it a misery? It's like a misery love company situation, because that's the thing too. It's like, please understand that some of you are meant to find a great romance in life, but not have children from it. You have to think outside of the box for yourself. Everything isn't meant to be that 1-2 step, that society tries to tell you. I mean, you could actually ruin a love affair by sitting here having a kid with the guy. You have to be able to think for yourself and stop thinking that everything is everything's perfect. Now I have to do this. Oh, well, everything's perfect. Now I got to do it societal way. No, and then you end up blowing everything. That's the whole thing about this newfound freedom that you should be able to accept, is that a lot of responsibility comes with it, because with great power comes great responsibility. But the power is in our hands like never before. But we have to be able to use it in honor and in dignity, not in selfishness and greed and vanity.
Okay, we're going to play this last video and get some thoughts, and then we're going to land after we do a round table and go through some of the comments. Go ahead, DJ.
This cartoon was published in 1939 and written by white men. That's important to note because it shows that this has always been the opinion that white men have always held about black men. On the plantation and 400 years off the plantation, mammies have been coddling black men, telling them they're kings and that they're perfect the way they are. But as depicted in this cartoon, that way of thinking keeps them lazy and underdeveloped mentally. I muted the sound because what I observed is not what the cartoon was originally about, and I'm giving my narration to what I see. Also, because the cartoon came out in 1939, try to see past the racism and stay focused on the narrative. The title of my video is The Black Community Has a Mammy Problem. And my definition of mammy is a black woman who coddles grown black men, give them money, allow their grown sons to live with them forever while cooking and cleaning for them. And they find fault with any woman they're interested in. And they call them kings. And these women are the very women that black men will never date, and they call them masculine and unattractive. This cartoon is going to show the difference in the behavior of black men when one thing in their lives change.
Bow. Wow.
I warned you about the racism, and yes, he is picking cotton. But did you notice these lazy men living in lazy town while Mammy is doing their laundry? And after laundry, she'll probably cook their meals, make their beds, and give them her last coins that she received from Miss Anne.
Fight. Take that. You take that. I'll bust your head. Lazy town. 1 hour stop for lunch.
But then enters a beautiful, well-traveled, independent, educated, confident Black woman who knows she's the prize. And what happens? All the men in the community become energized. They're up and working, shining shoes, cutting hair, and they step into their manhood and doing what men are supposed to do. And they're happier than when they were lying around being lazy. Building and providing safe spaces and competing for women make men happy because men are competitive and they're supposed to be hunters. And to the Black women in the community, if you want to see change in the men, continue to embrace your strength and independence. Continue to pursue your education and entrepreneurial goals. And know that you're the prize and act accordingly. And notice that she's still left by herself because she has standards, boundaries, and expectations.
Okay, DJ. So, thoughts on this video, a lady?
Okay, sorry, I was another screen. Okay, so it's funny, I'll say real quick. When I was young and I saw those really, really young, I didn't get it. They were funny to me. I didn't get that they were talking about Black men then. So then when I got older and I went through my so-called, pro-Black phase, those type of images made me mad because they were unjustly showing our Black men, okay? But now at this age, I see what white men saw, that these men were being coddled. And we have to, and like I said in the chat, we got to pay for it because, we did it. We were calling them kings when they weren't acting like kings. We were lying. We were caught up in the fantasy also. That's my thought.
Siobhan.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of romanticizing and idealization. And we already know that the foundations of this come from religion and from segregation, because we weren't in a position as Black women to be able to have anything outside of the chitlin circuit, which was our own kind. So we were held under a huge cloud of disillusionment until we were able to intermingle more and get our rights, post 1970. So this is just really a whole mashup, if you think about it, in the last 50 years of what's been going on. But in regards to the cartoon, this shows you that, like I said, one thing that they won't do that all of these other men do is they study, and they have figured them out a long time ago. But notice that even in the cartoon, notice that they flash to Mammy, because they were letting you know that all of the men have somebody to fall back on.
Mm-hmm. Alexander, what are your thoughts?
That cartoon just shows me right there that, oh man, it's a lot to take in on that one. It showed me that, Black men have always had, you know, every time they fail, every time, you know, they feel like they can't do something, they always need a black woman to be around in order for them to do something. That's sad, pathetic, and lazy. I really want to cuss on here, but I do not want to, you know, get DJ's channel taken down. But y'all know what I mean. And also it tells me that black women, some way, somehow, because I have gotten away from the pro-black mindset. I know that black men are not going to do anything for the black woman. I've been knew that. And since I've seen a lot of black men, you know, being going out and marrying other races of women, and you see they quickly change then. And then when the preferences turn on them and the preferences take all of their money, then they come running back to black women. And that's why I say, black women, you got to stop being the fallback woman. You have to stop, because this is not good for your image, and this is especially not good for the majority of black women. And also, do not let the community police you from exploring your options, because what I saw today, that right there shows me that if black women were to do what the black manosphere says, they could be heading back to that we seen right there.
Thank you so much for that.
Wait, Gemini, can I point out one more thing too?
Mm-hmm.
I don't if y'all caught it. Notice how they were all activated when she hit the scene. They all performed and instantly turned into hardworking men. So this should show you too the performative aspect that goes on and the illusion that they put on when they're acting in the beginning stages. And this is where you have to pay attention, you know, in interacting with these guys and picking their brains, because then they end up turning out to be that guy in the other clip that was leaking all in the car, crying tears of woe.
Okay, now I just have to say one more thing and then I'm done. You made me think about something. Siobhan, you always do this. You get people thinking. But here's the thing. I mean, and this is hard, but think about it. This is their system. They did have to teach us how to operate in this system. And then this slavery thing, that was new as far as a wide scale as it was. We were all going through, even the white people and the black people, through this change differently and for the first time. And they chose to go through it when I say they, I mean the white people, in a very cruel way. It wasn't, they were not thinking of our humanity in any way, shape, or form. And my fear, what I'm starting to feel, is that black men, they want to be that slave master. They want to be that white man, and they want to have someone under their foot. And with the manosphere, they can make that happen with the mammy. That's it.
Exactly. DJ, what are your thoughts before we close?
I'm going to let a clip play for me.
I Googled the dictionary definition of a feminist just to make sure I was talking about the right thing. And do you know, sir, what the dictionary definition of a feminist is? I didn't either. Listen to this. Webster's defines a feminist as a human being, not a woman, a human being that believes in equal rights for women. I'm shocked that that's what that meant.